Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1. Countless cracks spread across the broken ground, and black smoke obscured the light of the setting sun. Countless people struggled to walk on the muddy road, their faces filled with despair and fear. Occasionally, someone would fall into a crack, and the sound of crying never stopped. Tens of thousands of people were lined up in a long line. On both sides of the line, there was a strong warrior protecting them at set intervals. These people were called Evolvers. Evolvers had appeared one after another after the cataclysm on Earth half a year ago. At the back of the line, Lu Yin looked up into the distance and heard a scalp-numbing chewing sound. With a growl, a 2-meter-long mutant dog with scarlet eyes rushed out from behind a burning tree. Blood dripped from the corner of its mouth as it snarled and charged towards the line. Many of the survivors in the line screamed in horror at the sight. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he pulled out a strange weapon from his waist. It looked like an iron rod, but one side was sharpened like a blade. Lu Yin jumped up and chopped down with one hand, easily beheading the mutant dog. Blood sprayed onto the ground and dyed the grass red. Seeing the mutant dog die, the line quieted down and continued forward in fear. Lu Yin pulled back his iron rod and looked at it. There were a few cracks on it. Looks like this won't last long. As the sun set and the earth fell into darkness, all of the Evolvers lit fires and spread them along the line. They tried to use this method to drive away the mutant beasts, but the line stopped moving. Going to an unfamiliar place in the dark was suicide. The hoarse sound of electricity rang out as a voice came from the walkie-talkie at Lu Yin's waist. Evolvers ending with number 3 are looking for food. Range 1 kilometer. Lu Yin's Evolver code was 103. He looked up at the dead mutant dog and threw it in front of the line. Eat it. There was a clamor from the line, and a few men stepped forward to deal with it. They were already used to it, even though the mutant dog still had human bones in its mouth. One mutant dog was only enough for about 20 people. Lu Yin walked out of the fire, gripping his iron rod tightly as he walked into the distance. The chewing sounds never stopped, and in the darkness, pairs of glowing green eyes stared at Lu Yin. These were mutant rats. Although they looked ugly, their meat was edible. Lu Yin swung his iron rod and killed more than 10 of them before throwing them to the line. He had enough on his side. Suddenly, there was a scream. Lu Yin didn't need to look to know that it was an Evolver who had died, but he didn't plan to save them. Who knew what attacked them? Perhaps it was a poisonous snake, a blood-sucking mosquito, or a mutant rat that could crush steel. These creatures were not difficult to encounter in the wild. The team was very quiet. Everyone hid behind the flames, as if the thin layer of flames could really protect them. Lu Yin looked at them with pity before looking up at the sky. The sky was bright and resplendent, and the polluted air had been completely restored half a year ago. Along with it, countless creatures had mutated, including humans themselves. The changes weren't drastic, but they could become stronger by consuming the crystals of mutant creatures. The blood-stained newspaper rustled under the weight of rocks. Lu Yin picked it up and read the headline. February 3, 2200. A date that will go down in history. On that day, China's Skyward 5 landed on Neptune. Bai Qian became the first astronaut on Earth to explore Neptune. Neptune was a gaseous planet. That day, Lu Yin tossed the newspaper aside, and a little girl carefully handed him a roasted beast leg. He took it and smiled, "Thank you." The little girl smiled shyly and ran back to the line. The beast leg tasted disgusting. Although it had been seasoned, it still tasted awful. But Lu Yin was satisfied with it. He only had strength when he was full. The flames suddenly flickered, and Lu Yin took out his iron rod and smashed it down viciously, killing a mutant mantis that had passed through the flames. This type of mantis would cause a lot of casualties if it charged into the group. Its blades reflected a red light, not inferior to Lu Yin's iron rod. Lu Yin only rested for 2 hours throughout the night, and during that time he killed more than 10 mutant creatures that had tried to attack the group. There weren't many casualties on his side, but it was a different story in the other areas. Dozens of survivors and cultivators had been slaughtered by a giant mutant boar. The beast could shoot out its tough mane, and a single round of attack could take away many lives. If not for the help of a few stronger cultivators, the casualties would have been even greater. As the sun rose, the group continued south. They were heading to Jinling, the largest gathering place in the Su province. There was an army there, many cultivators, and Zhou Shan, known as China's executioner. The apocalyptic cataclysm that lasted for half a year had given birth to many evolvers, including the peerless powerhouses known as the Seven Sages. Although information was not flowing smoothly, they could still communicate with each other. Not long ago, evolvers had been clearly divided into levels. They were divided into ordinary evolvers who had just swallowed a crystal, human-level powerhouses who had the power to crush ordinary evolvers, and above them were those who had the power to destroy cities. They were called earth-shaking powerhouses, or earth-level powerhouses. At the very top were sky-shakers. As the name implied, they could fly, and were known as sky-shakers. The 7 sages of China were 7 sky-shakers. Half a year after the apocalypse, it could only be divided like this. Perhaps after a period of time, there would be a more systematic division. However, as long as those 7 experts who could fly in the sky didn't die, they would forever stand at the top. This was also the origin of the word saint. Perhaps it was also because countless survivors hoped for their protection, so they were called saints. The Jinlin colony had a saint, the executioner Zhou Shan. The group continued forward. They were still more than 100 kilometers away from Jinling. A journey that would have taken several hours in peacetime would now take several days. Several kilometers away from the long line, countless wandering zombies slowly approached, as if they had caught the scent of living creatures. The evolvers on both sides of the team were on high alert. Many of them had fear in their eyes. Although these zombies were not fast, they were very strong. Their blood contained a deadly poison, and if they came into contact with it, even the evolver's skin would fester until they lost their consciousness. That was the most terrifying thing. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and tightened his grip on his iron rod. Fighting these zombies wasn't difficult. They would always be the same, unlike cultivators who could grow stronger. This was something the survivors were thankful for. If zombies could grow stronger as well, then they really wouldn't be able to survive. Right now, the survivors' greatest enemy was the mutated beasts. Just as Lu Yin and the rest were about to engage the horde, the zombies suddenly stopped and turned to leave. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat as a bad premonition welled up in him. The ground suddenly shook. In front of the team, a huge vine rose up from the ground. The branches and leaves seemed to have a mind of their own as they caught many survivors. Along with the screams of despair, all the survivors who were caught were crushed into a pool of blood and poured into the ground where the vine had taken root. All of the survivors fled in fear, including many of the cultivators. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. This mutated vine was definitely at the realm of Earth. It wasn't something a normal cultivator could contend with, even if they had a human-level powerhouse in their group. The cultivators in the group didn't plan on fighting it head-on, so they all fled to the back to avoid the vine's range. After a while, the vine seemed to have eaten its fill and retreated back into the ground. Countless survivors cried out in despair. Many of them had a mental breakdown in such an environment, and even some of the cultivators were no exception. Soon, the hoarse sound of static could be heard from the walkie-talkie at his waist. "Rest here. The executioner will personally come to pick us up." Many cheered at the news. To the survivors, a realm of sky powerhouse was like a god. It was as if anything could be resolved with the appearance of a realm of sky powerhouse. Luin sneered, a saint. He held his left arm with one hand, half of his body was still in pain, a bone-piercing pain that would forever remind him of what had happened that night. An entire city had been abandoned, and all of the undestroyed firearms had been unleashed upon the city. Wails of agony could be heard everywhere as half of his body was burned away. When he looked back, he saw a pair of lofty eyes and a piercing golden light. Lu Xiaogu would never forget the man known as the Light Saint, one of the 7 sages. He had made him experience extreme pain, and Lu Yin swore to repay this pain tenfold. As the flames rose, the sky darkened. Just as Lu Yin was about to rest, he heard screams and cries nearby. Lu Yin frowned and turned around to see a few girls surrounded by a dozen cultivators 100 meters away. They were teasing them wantonly, and a few of them were barely clothed as tears streamed down their cheeks. This scene wasn't unfamiliar to Lu Yin. It was normal for people to fall into depravity after the apocalypse. Lu Yin had seen it many times before, and it was impossible to be protected in such an environment without paying a price. Lu Yin closed his eyes and relaxed his mind. In the distance, a girl screamed as she was slapped to the ground, "Damn it, I'm risking my life to protect you. What's wrong with playing around? Don't be so shameless. I played with a small celebrity 2 days ago, and now I won't play with her even if she begs me. Get up." The girl glared angrily at the cultivator, her eyes red. The cultivators around them grinned. They loved this era where they could play without restraint and no one could control them. A gust of wind blew past, and another person appeared in front of the cultivator. It was Lu Yin, and he had his iron rod pressed against the cultivator's neck. "Scram," he said indifferently. The surroundings were silent, and only the girl's silent cries could be heard. The cultivator's expression turned ugly, and he gritted his teeth. "Lu, this has nothing to do with you. They're under my protection." "You're disturbing me," Lu Yin said indifferently, pressing down with the sharp side of the rod. The cultivator's skin immediately split open, and blood flowed down the rod. The cultivator was aghast. Fine, you're ruthless. They're yours, I won't touch them." Lu Yin put away the rod and walked back to his original spot. Many people in the group watched this scene quietly, already used to it. Even when the girls had been killed, no one had helped. Lu Yin seemed very strange to them. The cultivators glared at each other angrily, but they didn't act rashly. They knew that Lu Yin was very strong. The girls ran behind Lu Yin, wanting to say something, but he closed his eyes and ignored them. They could only look at him gratefully and carefully sit down. Not long after, a beautiful young woman in revealing clothes smiled as she walked over to Lu Yin's side. Her sharp gaze swept past the girls, scaring them into backing away and lowering their heads in fear. Only then was the beautiful woman satisfied. She sat down beside Lu Yin and blew into his ear. Lu Yin grabbed her neck, opened his eyes, and said coldly, "If there's a next time, you'll die." The girl's gaze was cold, but she forced a charming smile. "You're still so heartless." Lu Yin let go and stared at her coldly. "What's the matter?" She rubbed her neck and rolled her eyes. "You've offended someone, don't you know?" Lu Yin didn't reply. She continued, "Zhang Tong and the others are plotting against you. There are more than 10 of them, and you're alone. Be careful." "Thank you," Lu Yin replied indifferently. The star step art had been released, and an even more magnificent picture of the starry sky was about to unfold. Thank you for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2. She looked at him helplessly. "Actually, as long as you ask, I'll help you. I have people behind me as well." "There's no need," Lu Yin replied. She sighed. Alright, we'll keep in touch. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on them for you. Bye. She smiled at him and left, leaving behind a fragrant wind. Lu Yin closed his eyes once more. Her arrival didn't affect him at all. In the middle of the night, she arrived once more and smiled at him. Congratulations, there's no more trouble. Lu Yin looked at her suspiciously. She replied, I asked my brother to help. Zhang Tong was captured, and he wants you to discuss how to deal with them. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he stood up. Let's go. She smiled and led the way, passing through the flames until they were about 300 meters away from the team. Although this place wasn't safe, it wasn't too far away either. When Lu Yin arrived, Zhang Tong, the cultivator who had bullied the women, and a dozen others beside him were all kneeling on the ground. A tall man stood in front of them with his hands clasped behind his back. Brother, Lu Yin's here, the woman said sweetly as she walked up to him. The man turned around and smiled at Lu Yin. Are you Lu Yin? Lu Yin nodded. I'm Lu Sheng, one of the captains of this team, the man said with his head held high, looking at Lu Yin proudly. I know, Lu Yin replied. Lu Sheng frowned, not liking Lu Yin's attitude. What do you plan to do with these people? I'll leave them to you. Lu Yin looked at him. What are your conditions? Lu Sheng's lips curled up as he stared at Lu Yin. I won't beat around the bush. I've heard about you and observed you. You probably haven't absorbed any energy crystals from mutant beasts, but you're very powerful. Can you tell me why? The woman looked at Lu Yin expectantly from the side, as did Zhang Tong and the other cultivators kneeling on the ground. Lu Yin smiled. Is that why you lured me here? Lu Sheng smiled and looked at the woman. The girl took a few steps forward and walked to Lu Yin's side. She blew at him and asked, Brother Lu, can you tell us? Is there another path to evolution? Telling us is the same as telling the entire human race. The entire human race will be grateful to you, and I can accompany you. Lu Yin turned to look at her. I've said it before. If there's a next time, you'll die. As soon as he finished speaking, the iron rod flashed, and she clutched at her neck. Blood flowed down her fingers and dyed her clothes red. She fell to the ground in disbelief. She had not taken Lu Yin's words seriously, nor had she thought that Lu Yin would dare to kill her in front of Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng was one of the captains, a mortal rank powerhouse. Lu Sheng was stunned as well, as he had not expected Lu Yin to be so bold. Lu Yin swung his staff. You guys are really annoying. You've been eyeing me ever since this team was formed. Let's end this tonight. He then charged towards Lu Sheng and swung his staff down. You're courting death. Lu Sheng was enraged. He pulled out a long sword from his waist and used it to block the iron staff. He had thought that this attack would not only block Lu Yin's attack, but it would also severely injure him. However, reality was the complete opposite of what he had expected. His sword was split in two, and the iron staff's blade even left a deep gash on his right shoulder that was so deep that his bones could be seen. Lu Sheng was in disbelief. He was a mortal rank powerhouse who could take on many ordinary cultivators, but he had been defeated in one move by Lu Yin. How was this possible? Lu Yin did not stop after injuring Lu Sheng and swung his iron rod again. Lu Sheng hurriedly dodged and flipped to the side, throwing the hilt of his sword at Lu Yin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3. Mount Zhongshan had been hollowed out, leaving behind a huge space filled with modern facilities that amazed the hundreds of cultivators. Groups of soldiers walked past, carrying standard steel knives on their backs. It was a strange sight, like a combination of modern and ancient times. As cultivators grew stronger, ordinary firearms were no longer as useful as cold weapons. Many of the armory had been destroyed, but the fact that they were still equipped with standard steel knives proved that the camp wasn't simple. Lu Yin and the rest were led to a huge plaza, surrounded by a circle of soldiers. There were also many female soldiers looking at them with solemn expressions. There was a layer of transparent glass about 10 meters above the plaza, revealing a huge space behind it. At this moment, a few men and women were standing near the glass, laughing as they looked down. I wonder if we'll be able to recruit some useful people this time. Even if they can't reach the human realm, they shouldn't be too weak, a middle-aged man said in a low, muffled voice. Don't get your hopes up. It's not that easy to reach the human realm. The captains of this group have already been assigned by the executioner. You and I didn't get a single one, a charming woman said unhappily. It's not impossible. It's not easy to protect tens of thousands of survivors from so far away. I value these people, so why don't you give them all to me? A young man laughed. Stop dreaming. Let's see how Feng Hong arranges it. He'll be the instructor this time, so he'll definitely take the lion's share. They were all captains of the camp. There were 80,000 cultivators in the camp, and only those who reached the Earth realm could become captains. Once they became a captain, they would become an overlord in Nanjing, only second to the executioner, Zhou Shan. To the millions of survivors in Nanjing, executioners were rare, and captains were like gods. I heard that the Luo sages' snow maidens are coming to Nanjing and will be sparring with us. Who do you plan on going up? The charming woman suddenly asked, smiling at the people beside her. They remained silent, not intending to answer. The charming woman laughed. Rumor has it that the Luo sage has declared the snow maidens to be invincible in the Earth realm. Are you sure you don't want to meet them? They still didn't speak. The charming woman pursed her lips into a smile and didn't say anything else. Luo sage Bai Shui was the founder of Camp Blue. Although she was ranked alongside the executioner as one of the 7 sages, her status was higher than his. In the eyes of outsiders, the 7 sages of Huaxia were of equal status, but only a small number of people knew that the 7 sages were divided into the 3 upper sages and the 4 lower sages. Luo sage Bai Shui was one of the 3 upper sages, while Zhou Shan was one of the 4 lower sages. In the square, the evolvers were being examined one by one. The main reason was that many viruses had mutated after the apocalypse, especially the virus from zombies, which was very difficult to treat. The camp had to ensure that none of the evolvers were infected by the virus, otherwise it would be very dangerous. Soon, it was Lu Yin's turn. Looking at the sample bottle that contained his blood, the nurse began to fill in his personal information. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he exerted force in his legs. His figure blurred, but in the next moment, he returned to normal. No one saw it clearly, but the color of the blood in the sample bottle changed a little. It seemed to have a tinge of purple, but it quickly returned to normal. Lu Yin, is it? Please wait for a moment, it'll be ready soon, the nurse said with a smile. Lu Yin nodded. Thank you. He then walked to the other side. After a period of time, nearly 500 evolvers had finished their random inspection. There were no problems. Not long after, a middle-aged man wearing a dark military uniform walked over. As he approached, a wave of pressure arose spontaneously. All the evolvers looked at him in astonishment. Zizi, the ground split open as a shock wave swept out, shocking all the evolvers present. Earth-grade. An Earth-grade powerhouse, someone exclaimed, causing all the evolvers to look at the middle-aged man with fear and envy. The middle-aged man walked until he was about 10 meters away from Lu Yin and the rest. My name is Feng Hong, and I'm a captain of the camp. Let me ask you again, if any of you are unwilling to join the camp, you may leave. Hundreds of evolvers looked at each other, and then one after another, people walked out. Although the camp was powerful, they had to be disciplined. Many had never been in the army before, so it was normal for them not to want to join. Lu Yin was one of them. There were nearly 200 people who didn't want to join the camp, which was nearly half of the total number. Feng Hong looked at the evolvers who didn't want to join and said indifferently, "Not only will your safety be guaranteed if you join, but you can also bring your loved ones to Zhongshan. You'll be given energy crystals to train every month, and you'll also be taught battle techniques by the executioner." "What's a battle technique?" someone asked curiously. Feng Hong replied coldly, "It's a technique that allows you to display 200% of your strength. The executioner's battle technique is the Storm Slash, and there aren't many people in the world who can block it. You should have seen it before." The evolvers were all excited, of course they'd seen it before. It had destroyed the mutated vines and caused the earth to split open. "Can we learn the Storm Slash?" someone asked expectantly. Feng Hong replied coldly, "Anyone can learn it, as long as they are acknowledged by the executioner." The evolvers who were about to leave hesitated and returned to their original groups. There were less than 50 people who really wanted to leave, and Lu Yin was one of them. Feng Hong waved his hand, "Take them away." Soon, nearly 50 of them were led out of Zhongshan. Lu Yin looked back. This place would soon be in turmoil. Many survivors and even evolvers had gathered outside Zhongshan, and when Lu Yin and the rest came out, they all gathered around. "Brother, do you want to buy a house? You can look for me, the price is definitely fair." "Brother, do you need a tour guide? Don't look at me like that, there are too many zombies and monsters outside Nanjing. Without a guide, you'll easily be surrounded." "Brother, do you need weapons? We have sharp blades, hard spears, whatever you need. We even have firearms if you want. Buy a few bombs to defend yourself." "Do you have a map?" Lu Yin asked. A shifty-eyed evolver immediately came over and scanned the area fiercely, scaring off his fellow evolvers before carefully taking out a map. "Brother, this map costs 10 crystals." Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. 10 crystals? Outside Nanjing, Lu Yin, who had followed the map to the barren mountains south of the city, also saw the meteor that had crashed not too far away from him. Violent shockwaves swept across the sky, blowing away the clouds and causing the ground to crack. He kicked aside a steel frame that had smashed into him and looked south. After thinking for a moment, he rushed over. Within Nanjing, Zhou Shan rose into the air and tried to rush south, but he was stopped. "Executioner, countless zombies are attacking the city walls." Zhou Shan turned to the east and saw a black mass of zombies roaming towards them. Nanjing had already been sealed off, and many of the survivors were still trapped outside, crying out in despair. Zhou Shan flew out of the city with his mountain-splitting axe and swung it at the ground, slicing through countless zombies. "Open the gates and let them in. I'll protect them." South of Jinling City, where the meteor landed, smoke and dust rose into the sky. A huge cone-shaped crater with a radius of 1,000 meters was located at the bottom of the crater. It was 2 meters in diameter and emitted white smoke. The air around it was distorted. Lu Yin approached the crater and hid in an abandoned factory not far from it. He looked at the white sphere through the wooden planks, his expression changing slightly. Although he had guessed that it would be there, he still hadn't expected it to actually appear. "It's a spaceship," he muttered. With a soft sound, the door of the white spacecraft opened, and a hand reached out. After a pause, a young man walked out of the spacecraft. He had short hair, and he wore white light armor and battle boots. He slowly walked out of the spacecraft, looked up, and stretched lazily. "So tiring. If it's a trial, then so be it. Why did they choose such a distant place and even make us fly here? How disgusting." After saying that, the youth took out a short knife from the spacecraft and a wristwatch that he wore on his left wrist. He tapped the wristwatch, and a beeping sound could be heard. The youth's eyes narrowed as he looked in Lu Yin's direction. As he spoke, he leaped up and pulled out his dagger to slash horizontally. With a huge slash, the factory was split into two. Lu Yin charged towards the dagger, his right hand trembling rapidly again. Vesta gritted his teeth. "You're not a native, you're from the stars." Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he struck out with his palm. Vesta growled and stabbed out with his dagger, but it hit nothing. Lu Yin's body had vanished, and the dagger had only hit an afterimage. A footwork battle technique. Vesta spat out a mouthful of blood as the ring on his finger melted, forming a suit of armor that covered his entire body. Bang! Vesta was struck in the same spot again, this time with a faint cracking sound. A second after he was struck, the armor covered his entire body, but it was too late. His heart had been completely shattered, and his body crashed into the crater beside the spacecraft, blood flowing out from the hole. Lu Yin half knelt on the ground, panting heavily as the blood vessels in his right hand burst. The shockwave palm wasn't something he could use right now, and if not for the fact that he wanted to kill Vesta, he wouldn't have risked losing his arm. Thankfully, the ambush had succeeded. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He had used 2 shockwave palms and 1 roving step in an instant, and his body was trembling violently from the overload. He slowly walked over to Vesta's corpse and watched as the armor covering his body slowly disappeared and turned back into a ring. Lu Yin took off the ring and stored it in his robes. It was a ring armor that many cultivators in the universe carried around. Vesta's ring armor was of the lowest grade, but it could withstand attacks from a realm of sky powerhouse. Besides the ring armor, Vesta also had a gadget on his wrist that contained all his information, including his location. Lu Yin removed the gadget and deftly removed the locator before storing it in his own cosmic ring. His eyes flickered as he scanned Vesta, finally settling on the second knuckle on his right hand. He cut it off and a chip fell out of the blood. So it's here. Lu Yin was overjoyed as he picked up the chip. This was the reason he had ambushed Vesta and hadn't absorbed the energy crystals to become a cultivator. A formcast model was a chip condensed from a powerhouse's own energy. Anyone who fused it with their body would be able to stimulate their cells and cleanse their body, allowing them to break through Gigi and directly absorb energy from the universe for cultivation. This was the most effective method of cultivation in the universe. As for absorbing energy crystals, it was an inferior method that couldn't directly absorb energy from the universe. Not only did one have to search for energy crystals, but it was also very difficult to break through Gigi. People who cultivated this way were called wandering soldiers in the universe, and many even called them war slaves. The energy that could be directly absorbed in the universe was called star energy. The energy crystals in the bodies of mutated beasts were also a type of star energy, but it was too heterogeneous to absorb directly. Lu Yin had come from the universe, but in order to legitimize his identity, he hadn't used a formcast model before coming to Earth. He had placed himself from the perspective of a normal person, but now that he was on this planet, he didn't have to worry about anything. Anything was possible in the planetary evolution trial. In the universe, anyone who cultivated with a formcast model had to register themselves, or else it would be illegal. However, in a planet's evolutionary trial, whatever one obtained was their own. This was a rule set by the Great U Empire's Youth Council, and no one could violate it. This person is only a sentinel, which means he's used the formcast model twice. There's still one more chance, but I'll have to keep looking, Lu Yin muttered to himself as he tossed Vesta into the spaceship and turned to leave. Suddenly, a shadow covered the sun. Someone had attacked him from behind. Lu Yin dodged to the side and kicked out with his leg, meeting the attacker's attack head-on. It was an Earth realm powerhouse. Lu Yin immediately reacted and retreated. The attacker also retreated a few steps and looked up, revealing a delicate face. It was a woman. "Why did you attack me?" Lu Yin's tone was cold. Although he hadn't sensed any killing intent from this woman, an attack was still an attack. She glanced at the spaceship and then stared at Lu Yin. I saw you throw the alien's corpse into the spaceship. Who are you? Why did you kill aliens? What do you know? Lu Yin sneered. Why should I tell you? I'll make you talk, she replied coldly, pulling out a dagger from her back and leaping towards Lu Yin. The dagger streaked through the air, emitting a cold glint. Lu Yin easily dodged, but the woman wasn't slow at all. Her dagger flew through the air, whistling as it tore through the air, each strike aimed at a vital point. Lu Yin passed through the cold glint and seized the opportunity to grab her wrist while his other hand reached for her abdomen. She frowned and stomped her feet on the ground, releasing the dagger and reaching out to meet Lu Yin's palm. The temperature suddenly dropped, and Lu Yin's gaze froze as his palm froze. Battle technique? You're not my match. Tell me, she growled, the temperature dropping even further. Don't worry, even if aliens appear in the northeast, Camp Blue will be fine. The Luo Xing is very strong. Zhao Yu nodded silently. Research on alien spacecraft wasn't something that could be done overnight. Fortunately, the spacecraft wasn't large, and the army managed to transport it back to Nanjing in secret. Lu Yin was authorized to reside in Zhongshan, becoming the 14th captain of the camp. There were 80,000 soldiers in the camp, and his position was only a title. He didn't have an army under his command, but he didn't care. What he wanted most right now was to remodel his body and become a true cultivator. At the peak of Zhongshan, Zhou Shan looked towards the south as the bespectacled girl approached him. Executioner, we've searched the area around Tianqing. There's nothing hidden. That person wasn't lying. Zhou Shan sighed. All right, you can go now. There's something I need to report. We found traces of battle around Tianqing covered up. This Lu Yin might not be as simple as he seems. He might be very strong, the bespectacled girl said solemnly. Zhou Shan smiled. I know. His right hand and leg were injured, but he was still able to defeat the Snow Lady. His true strength is at the peak of the realm of Earth, or else he wouldn't have been able to kill the aliens. Also, he doesn't seem to have absorbed any energy crystals. This person is very interesting. Should we monitor him? The bespectacled girl asked. Zhou Shan shook his head. No need. Humans should be as united as possible right now. Besides, even if he's hiding his strength, he's only in the realm of Earth. Understood. Within the captain's tent at Zhongshan's camp, Lu Yin sat cross-legged on his bed and slowed his breathing. 10 minutes later, he opened his eyes with clear eyes and took out a formcast model from his cosmic ring. His eyes burned with passion as he bit his index finger, causing blood to gush out. He pressed the formcast model onto his injured index finger, and it slowly melted into his fingertip before disappearing. Lu Yin waited expectantly, but a moment later, intense pain spread from his fingertip to his entire body. Lu Yin's gaze sharpened as he gritted his teeth and endured the pain. The pain surged through him like a tidal wave, as if his body was being torn apart. All of his cells were being reassembled and refined, and his blood vessels squirmed on the surface of his skin. He felt as if he was being roasted by fire, crushed by an invisible hand. This was the power of a peerless powerhouse. All of his formcast models had come from such a powerhouse. At this moment, Lu Yin could truly feel the greatness of this power. Pfft. Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood, but his eyes grew brighter as he looked into the void. Countless impurities were cleansed from his body before being incinerated by energy, causing the air around him to distort. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 6. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yin spat out another mouthful of blood. Shockwaves rippled out from his body, overturning the tents for several hundred meters. The surveillance cameras outside the tent were shattered, and the trees were toppled layer by layer. The commotion attracted the attention of the camp, and two captains immediately rushed over to Lu Yin's side. One of them was Feng Hong, and the other was a woman. She had a charming appearance, and her eyes were filled with curiosity. The two captains appeared outside the ruins of Lu Yin's tent and peered inside. "Are you the new captain, Lu Yin?" Feng Hong asked loudly, and the cultivators behind him were on high alert. Lu Yin quickly walked out of the ruins, his face pale and his steps shaky. "Sorry to disturb you too, but I am Lu Yin." Feng Hong and the charming woman looked at him in shock. "Why are you so weak?" Lu Yin smiled bitterly. "I saw the executioner use a battle technique before, and I was itching to try it out myself. However, I failed and ended up with some injuries." Feng Hong smiled. "Brother Lu, you're too impatient. Battle techniques aren't something that just anyone can grasp, and it's not something that can be learned in a short amount of time. All captains have the opportunity to be personally taught by the executioner, so you don't have to rush." Lu Yin nodded. "I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Feng." Feng Hong waved his hand, not putting on the airs of an instructor at all. "You're welcome, we're all brothers in the camp. We'll face the apocalypse together in the future and rely on each other." "Alright, I'll have someone arrange a new place for you, so you can rest and recover first." "Right, do you need a doctor?" "No need, it's just a flesh wound. I'm just too tired, there's no need to call a doctor." Feng Hong nodded. "Alright, then we'll be leaving first. Brother Lu, you should rest first." After saying that, he gave the charming woman a look. She nodded and glanced at Lu Yin one more time before leaving. Lu Yin followed the soldier to the nearest tent. "I'll take my leave first. You can call for me if you have any instructions, Commander Lu." The soldier saluted and left. Lu Yin nodded and stepped into the tent. His eyes were filled with excitement, but there was also a trace of apprehension and anticipation. Formcast had been a success, and not only had it been a success, but it had also given him a huge surprise. He raised his hand and a palm-sized die slowly floated into view, emitting hazy starlight. It had 6 sides, and like a normal die, each side represented a different point. There were a total of 6 points. This was an innate talent that could only be born after a very small number of cultivators formed their bodies. Innate talents were very mysterious. No one knew where they came from. Many scholars in the universe believed that innate talents were the deepest secrets of mankind, representing a person's ancient origins. However, this was only a guess. No one could truly research innate talents. Lu Yin didn't care about the source of the innate gift, he only cared about the innate gift itself. Before he came to Earth, he had heard countless stories about the power of innate talents. Every cultivator with innate talents was a genius and would be recruited by various forces in the universe. The most famous incident was that any cultivator with innate talents could directly join the Universe Youth Council. Lu Yin's eyes burned with passion as he looked at the die. Although his innate gift was a little strange, how should he put it? What was most important was its usefulness. He looked at the die that was floating in the void and tapped it lightly. The die spun rapidly before slowly coming to a stop, and the 6 faces began to change. The points on 5 faces immediately disappeared, leaving only 1 face with exactly 1 point. Lu Yin stared at the point, and an inexplicable use appeared in his mind. It could be used to randomly retrieve anything from anyone's cosmic ring. Before Lu Yin could react, the die shot out a beam of light into the void, disappearing in an instant as if it had opened up a passage. A moment later, a chip fell to the ground, and the die dimmed before vanishing. Lu Yin stared blankly at the chip that had fallen to the ground. Was this the thing that it helped me steal? No, take back. Lu Yin picked up the chip and looked at it before taking out Vesta's gadget from his cosmic ring and inserting the chip. A screen appeared in front of him with 3 large words, "Serious." Lu Yin stared blankly at the flashing images of people, the universe, nebulae, and palms. After a full half an hour, the chip that had been inserted into the gadget self-destructed, waking him up from his daze. Lu Yin was shaken. He knew that he had obtained something incredible. The Sirius art was a cultivation technique that absorbed star energy. It imitated the movements of the stars, and in theory, every time one imitated the movements of a star, the rate of star energy absorption would increase. Although this Sirius art was only at the elementary level, it contained a method to imitate the movements of 8 stars. In other words, as long as Lu Yin succeeded, his rate of star energy absorption would increase by 8 times. 8 times was a terrifying efficiency, and the Sirius art also contained a battle technique called the Sirius palm. It was extremely powerful, and stars would appear when the palm struck. Lu Yin put away the gadget with excitement. He had never even heard of the Sirius art, but it was definitely terrifying. Someone with such a powerful technique might have come from the universe. Lu Yin suppressed his excitement. He hadn't expected his luck to be so heaven-defying. Logically speaking, the probability of obtaining a battle technique from a roll of pips was quite low. He wouldn't be surprised if this thing had stolen him a pair of underwear. He had actually obtained something as heaven-defying as the Sirius art on his first try. This technique would be enough to shape his future. Unfortunately, it was only at the elementary level. Lu Yin shook his head and laughed. He was overthinking things. This technique had to be the treasure of some powerful sect, and there was no way the entire technique would be recorded on a chip. The method of preservation was extremely strict, and the chip that had been destroyed had clearly just been recorded. It had probably been stolen from some unlucky person, and it was too difficult to obtain the entire technique. Lu Yin stopped thinking about it and walked out of the tent. He found a tree and lay down, looking up at the sky as he recalled the Sirius art. The movements of the stars? He would probably have to spend the rest of his life in space. At the same time, in the depths of the vast universe, a towering mountain slowly floated around dozens of stars. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 7. Lu Yin glanced at Zhou Shan. He was speaking the truth. The so-called 7 sages of Huaxia were just ants in the vast universe, and even a random student could reach that level. The realm of heaven was known as the Sentinel realm, but it was only the second step of cultivation. The first step was the Seeker realm, and Lu Yin was a seeker. Next was the Sentinel realm, where one studied the strength of the human body. The third step was the Melder realm, where one would become strong enough to touch the limits of the human body. The fourth step was the Limiter realm, where one could break through the limits of the human body and traverse the void. Above that were the explorers, who could traverse the void with a wave of their hand. Explorers, on the other hand, were still unable to reach the level of being able to create formcast models. The path of cultivation was long and vast, and it was almost impossible for Zhou Shan, who used energy crystals to cultivate, to become an explorer. The stronger he became, the more insignificant he felt. Heh, why am I telling you all this? Come, let's go take a look. Zhao Yu should be fighting one of my captains by now. Zhou Shan smiled and led Lu Yin out of the meeting room. Lu Yin followed them silently, and they soon arrived at the plaza where they'd been before. Through the glass, he saw a captain defeated by Zhao Yu and beaten to the ground. Zhao Yu was dressed in martial arts clothes, and her attacks were swift and decisive. Lu Yin had seen this before, and she was currently suppressing Feng Hong. Zhou Shan looked down and shook his head. There are strong and weak earth ranks as well, and the gap between them is huge. Zhao Yu didn't even use a battle technique, but she easily defeated my captains. Lu Yin looked down and said in a low voice, "Her battle technique is powered by a plant." Zhou Shan smiled. Of course, whether it's the Snow Lady or the Luo Sage, they need to use external objects to freeze the human body. The human body can't produce such an effect. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, unable to produce such an effect. No, powerful battle techniques and innate gifts could change the weather, but Earth couldn't. Lu Yin's serious art could even imitate the movements of the stars, but no one would believe him even if he told them. Feng Hong was quickly defeated, and 2 more captains followed suit. No one was willing to step up. Zhao Yu raised her head and looked around. "I heard that captains are all iron warriors. Why, no one wants to spar with me?" The faces of Feng Hong and the others turned ugly. Above them, Zhou Shan couldn't help but laugh. The Luo Xing's 3 snow maidens are considered invincible in the Earth realm. They really do have some ability. At this moment, Zhao Yu looked up and stared straight at Lu Yin. She raised her hand and crooked her finger, looking rather valiant and formidable. Feng Hong and the others looked up in surprise. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. This was a provocation. Zhou Shan smiled. "Looks like she's not convinced that you defeated her yesterday." "It was a draw yesterday," Lu Yin replied. Zhou Shan said, "Then let's go and fight. We can't embarrass our camp too much." Lu Yin nodded and turned to leave. Within the plaza, hundreds of evolvers were discussing animatedly. Many of them were looking at Zhao Yu with reverence. She was an absolute idol for a woman to be able to beat up the 10,000-man commander of the camp. Zhao Yu took a deep breath when she saw Lu Yin walk down. Her gaze was stern. She had not been convinced of yesterday's battle. She had originally held the upper hand, but she had been mysteriously defeated. She really wanted to see that battle technique again. In the distance, Feng Hong and the others watched Lu Yin slowly walk over and couldn't help but warn him, "Brother Lu, be careful. This woman can use the battle technique Glacial Palm. It's very powerful." Lu Yin nodded and walked towards Zhao Yu. "Please." Zhao Yu's eyes were overflowing with battle intent. She leapt up and raised her hand, drawing a dagger out of nowhere. Just like at Heaven's Sinkhole, she attacked first. The dagger tore through the air, reflecting a cold glint. Lu Yin easily dodged. He was completely different from yesterday. Yesterday, he was just an ordinary person with a strong body. Today, he was a cultivator who had reached the realm of Seeker. Lu Yin dodged with ease, but Feng Hong and the others broke out in cold sweat. Zhao Yu's attacks were getting faster and faster, and even her dagger carried a cold aura that caused the air to turn white and the temperature to plummet. The ground of the plaza crumbled as Zhao Yu swung her dagger like a whirlwind, sealing off Lu Yin from all directions. Strands of energy shot out in all directions, piercing through the walls and making it difficult for many evolvers to breathe. Lu Yin stared intently at Zhao Yu and suddenly raised his hand. Their bodies crisscrossed past each other, and in his hand was a dagger that emitted a cold aura. No one dared to breathe as they quietly watched the battle. There, Zhao Yu was stunned. Her hand was empty. Her dagger had been stolen. Feng Hong and the others were shocked, but they quickly became excited. "Good job, Brother Lu. Brother Lu, you're amazing." Lu Yin turned to face Zhao Yu and casually tossed the dagger back. "Do you want to continue?" She stared at him. "How did you do it?" Lu Yin shrugged. "Eyesight and hand speed, I can't do without either." "Nonsense," that was the only word that popped up in everyone's minds. Zhao Yu said with mixed feelings, "You win. You stole my dagger without a single injury. No one in the realm of Earth should be your match. You're very strong." Lu Yin couldn't help but laugh. These people were too short-sighted. These fledgling seekers who didn't even have a proper battle technique would be at the bottom of the universe's top academies. They didn't have the right to say such things, but Zhao Yu was right. Lu Yin was confident that no one in the realm of Earth was his match. Zhao Yu dejectedly put away her dagger. Only then did she realize that Lu Yin was different from the day before. Did you run out of energy yesterday? Lu Yin didn't explain and simply turned to walk outside. He wanted to go out for a walk, but there wasn't anything in the barren mountains that he was looking for. Perhaps it was hidden somewhere else. Zhao Yu watched him leave. She wanted to ask about the battle technique from yesterday, but it was a personal matter and she couldn't bring herself to do so. Feng Hong and the others were rather surprised. They hadn't expected the new captain to be so powerful. It was rumored that he was the one who had killed the alien, which should be true. That alien was a realm of heaven powerhouse, even if it was heavily injured. Although Lu Yin didn't have any real power after becoming a captain, the camp still assigned him a team of 100 soldiers for him to use. Walking out of Zhongshan, Lu Yin waved for a young cultivator to step forward. "Captain, please give your orders." "Do you know where Jinling's former thermal weapons warehouse is?" "Northwest," the soldier replied. Lu Yin took out a map. "Mark it for me." The soldier took out a pen and drew a circle on the map. Lu Yin took a look. "You guys can go back, I'll walk around by myself." "Captain, the arsenal was destroyed at the beginning of the apocalypse, and the remaining firearms have been moved away. If you need them, you can request them from the executioner." Lu Yin nodded. "All right, I got it. You guys can go back." With that, he walked towards the northwest alone. These soldiers had been assigned to him by the camp. On one hand, they were there for him to command, but on the other, they were there to keep an eye on him. Lu Yin didn't plan on hiding his tracks. The thing he was looking for was very well hidden, and blindly searching for it would only alert the enemy. Now that he was in the realm of Earth, he wouldn't attract too much attention and might even find it. Lu Yin's guess was right. As soon as he left, someone reported to Zhou Shan. Zhou Shan's eyes narrowed. "Arsenal. Why is he looking for that place?" The bespectacled girl walked over and pushed her glasses up. "The arsenal has been destroyed, so he shouldn't be looking for firearms. I'm not sure what he's looking for, though." "Let him be, we don't have any secrets here," Zhou Shan smiled, not minding the matter. Nanjing was centered around Zhongshan, and the closer one got to the mountain, the safer and better the location. The city had long since lost its peacetime layout. There were people living on the streets, in the flower beds, and even in the rivers, living day after day in blind fear. On the other hand, some people were very happy, their morals collapsing as they did whatever they wanted. Along the way, Lu Yin saw many cultivators bullying the survivors, and even the soldiers couldn't stop them in time. This was the state of the world. Earth was currently in a state of confusion, but Lu Yin knew that this was evolution, and the price of one civilization evolving into another was rather high. The sky was gloomy, and soon, it began to rain heavily. The rain washed over the ground, spreading red blood and all sorts of rubbish. Lu Yin found a relatively clean restaurant and sat down. There were many survivors squatting outside, and every time the restaurant brought out food, there would be a mad scramble for it. Scram, 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 scram. "Remember, clean the bucket and return it, or we'll get someone else to clean it next time," the waiter scolded loudly, clearly a cultivator. Young Master Kang's face twitched in anger. "How dare you slander my uncle? You're looking to die. OL5, contact my uncle immediately." He wasn't stupid and knew that guns couldn't deal with Lu Yin. Lu Yin's sharp gaze swept over Su San, who was beaten half to death. He'd been wrong. Young Master Kang didn't want an aphrodisiac, but something else. Su San immediately lowered his head when he saw Lu Yin's gaze, not daring to look at him. Lu Yin smiled, but he didn't mind. It didn't matter to him whether or not he was a scapegoat. What he was curious about was what had caught the captain's attention. Earth's evolution had given birth to many good things, and this was one of the reasons why so many academies across the universe had come here to train. Not long after, a middle-aged man walked into the restaurant and waved his hand to disperse the soldiers before looking inside. "Uncle, you're here." Young Master Kong was delighted and raised his gun even higher. Lu Yin looked over and saw a familiar face. It was one of the captains that Zhao Yu had defeated, Kong Dafeng. Kong Dafeng nodded. "Did you find it?" "Yes, that brat took it," young Master Kong said fiercely, pointing at Lu Yin. Kong Dafeng followed young Master Kang's gaze and his expression changed when he saw Lu Yin. The two had just met, and Snow Lady Zhao Yu's strength was still fresh in his mind. However, she hadn't even been able to retaliate against Lu Yin, which made Kong Dafeng very envious. He had been thinking about how to learn a few moves from Lu Yin, but he hadn't expected to meet him here. "Ah, it's Brother Lu." Kong Dafeng walked up to Lu Yin and smiled politely. Lu Yin smiled faintly. "What a coincidence, Brother Kong. Are you here for a meal?" Kong Dafeng replied, "This restaurant is owned by Brother Li, and we often gather here. I apologize for today's incident, and I hope you won't blame my nephew. He's still young and doesn't know any better." Everyone stared blankly at the scene. What was this? Had he bumped into someone hard to deal with? Lu Yin smiled. "It's nothing, just a joke." Kong Dafeng immediately glared at young Master Kong. "Why aren't you apologizing to Brother Lu?" Young Master Kong wasn't stupid, and he quickly put on a smile and bowed respectfully. "It's my fault for not recognizing you. Please don't blame me, Commander Lu." Lu Yin waved a hand. "It's fine." Kong Dafeng waved for young Master Kong and the rest to leave before exchanging a few more words with Lu Yin. This wasn't a good time to say too much, but Lu Yin did ask Su San to stay before he left. After Kong Dafeng and the rest left, the restaurant owner personally refilled Lu Yin's glass of water and served him a few exquisite dishes, saying that they were free. Outside the restaurant, young Master Kong was puzzled. "Uncle, why were you so polite to that person? Is he a major too?" Kong Dafeng whispered, "Remember to be polite when you meet him in the future. He's very strong." "Aren't you a major too, Uncle? How strong can he be?" Young Master Kong grumbled. Kong Dafeng glared at him. "Shut up, I'll tell you that this person is several times stronger than me. Outside of the executioner, no one in Nanjing can beat him. Perhaps even the strongest major, Li Hongliang, isn't his match." Young Master Kang's mouth fell open, and he looked back at the restaurant in a daze before quickly running away. He knew that he had narrowly escaped death today. Inside the restaurant, Lu Yin stared coldly at Su San. "You've got guts to accuse me." Su San felt that he was very unlucky. Not only had he stolen from Kong Dafeng, he'd also wronged someone who was even more powerful than him. Even a major had to be polite to him. He felt like he was crippled, and even the heavens had abandoned him. What did Kong Dafeng want? Lu Yin asked casually. "A type of red crystal, I sold it," Su San said bitterly as he slumped to the ground. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Red crystal? Isn't it a little hot?" Su San was shocked. "How did you know?" Lu Yin knew what it was, a fire crystal, a type of crystal that sealed the energy of fire. Touching it would ignite flames, and many fire-type battle techniques required it. Its effect was similar to Zhao Yu's glacial palm, and it was considered a foreign object for battle techniques. It was hard currency in the universe, and naturally even more precious on Earth. It was no wonder that Kong Dafeng had been so nervous about it. "Do you know where it comes from?" Lu Yin asked. Su San shook his head. "No." Lu Yin laughed. So you're saying that you've wrongly accused me and made an enemy out of nothing, but in the end, I won't get any benefits? Is that what you're trying to say? Su San's face paled, and he could only apologize. I'm sorry. Lu Yin toyed with his chopsticks. Do you think this chopstick can pierce your throat? Let's try. Su San's eyes were filled with fear. He hadn't forgotten how the other cultivators had been shot in the arms. He begged for mercy, his head swollen from kowtowing. Lu Yin shook his head. He was just trying to scare him. Sometimes, it wasn't good to be too tense during the apocalypse. He took a sip of water and prepared to leave. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 9. Su San saw Lu Yin stand up and thought that he was about to attack him. Life was worthless in the apocalypse, and he had no doubt that Lu Yin would kill him to vent his anger. Sir, I can help you with many things, please don't kill me. Lu Yin walked out of the restaurant, ignoring the man. When Lu Yin passed by Su San's side, the cultivator's fear reached its peak. He thought that he was about to be killed. He had seen too many powerhouses slaughter others. He gritted his teeth and said, Sir, I have a special ability that can help you. Lu Yin stopped abruptly and looked over in surprise. What did you say? A special ability? Su San's face went pale. My eyes can see very far, many times farther than a normal person's. That's how I was able to steal so many good things. Lu Yin squatted down and stared into Su San's eyes, only to see that the man's pupils were slightly dilated. Dual pupils. Lu Yin was truly shocked. This was an innate gift that only one out of countless cultivators in the universe was born with. Does anyone else know about your special ability? Lu Yin frowned. Su San shook his head. I don't want people to think I'm a monster, so I didn't tell anyone. You're the first. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Name. Su San. All right. Su San, you'll follow me from today onwards. I'll take you to the camp, Lu Yin said. Su San looked up in fear. Are you going to dissect me? Lu Yin laughed. I won't, but others might. You can't expose your special ability, got it? Su San nodded, confused. Those who had never stepped foot in the heavens would never understand the importance of innate gifts. The Universe Youth Council was willing to directly allow cultivators with innate gifts to join, something that countless people could only dream of. To Lu Yin, Su San was a treasure that would be very useful in the future. Even if he sold him, he would be worth a lot of money. Su San was a local, and under his guidance, Lu Yin ran all over Nanjing in a few days, including the destroyed armory. However, he didn't find a single clue about what he was looking for. Boss, this is the highest peak in Nanjing, second only to Zhongshan, Su San told Lu Yin. Lu Yin grunted. Let's see where the military is more concentrated, aside from Zhongshan. Su San nodded his head. As he looked into the distance, his pupils dilated and became brighter. After a while, Su San smiled bitterly and said, Boss, I can see further than normal people, but I can't see all of Jinling clearly. You can always improve if you practice more. Su San was speechless. His eyes widened as he watched. Boss, do you see someone flying over from the horizon? Su San suddenly shouted, pointing to the eastern sky. Lu Yin looked up in surprise. There really was someone flying over, and this person was definitely not from Earth. Just like Vesta, he had come from outer space. The newcomer's flying speed was extremely fast. He directly landed in the air above Jinling. He took a deep breath and let out a loud roar. Violent energy instantly swept through Jinling like a storm. At the same time, an alarm sounded in the Jinling colony. Countless people raised their heads and looked at the figure in the sky in shock. In Zhongshan, Feng Hong and the other captains rushed out and looked at the sky with pale faces. Tian Realm. Countless people stared blankly at the sky. Being able to fly was the mark of a sky realm powerhouse. Since when did China have a sky realm powerhouse? Orton looked down at Jinling from high up in the sky with an arrogant gaze. Just like Vesta, everyone from outer space viewed Earthlings as barbarians. Esteemed sky realm powerhouse, why are you attacking Jinling? This place is under the protection of the executioner, a voice came from within Zhongshan. Although it was a question, the tone was respectful. This was the first time he had seen a battle between realm of sky powerhouses, and it was an eye-opener. Lu Yin looked outside the city and frowned as he heard the faint rumbling sounds. Every descending student had a ring armor that could defend against a realm of sky powerhouses' attacks. This made Orton invincible, but Zhou Shan was one of China's 7 sages. These 7 had definitely obtained the inheritance of the corpse on Neptune, and even if it wasn't much, Orton couldn't underestimate them. The fact that they could stand on Neptune meant that the corpse had the power of an explorer. Such people had unfathomable foundations. He could underestimate all of Earth's cultivators, but not the 7 sages of China. They had been cultivating since before the apocalypse. Zhou Shan hadn't been too surprised when he'd seen Vesta's corpse and the spacecraft a few days ago. Lu Yin had observed the scene carefully, and Orton might not have one. Not long after, a deafening rumble came from outside the city. Countless shockwaves shot into the sky and tore through the clouds before everything returned to normal. Zhou Shan quickly flew into the sky. Although he looked a little pale, he wasn't injured. He raised his axe high, and the millions of survivors in Nanjing cheered him on. "Stay here," he ordered before rushing out of the city. The battle between Zhou Shan and Orton wasn't far, only about 20 kilometers outside the city. By the time Lu Yin arrived, he was greeted by the sight of ruins and burning skyscrapers. Slash marks were clearly visible on the ground, extending into the distance. The zombies and mutant beasts in the area had long since fled or turned to dust. Lu Yin squatted down and touched the marks. There were still traces of sharp energy on them. This was the power of Zhou Shan's battle technique. He hadn't even used his full strength to kill the mutant vines that day. Not far away, a white fragment reflected light. He picked it up and narrowed his eyes. It was a fragment of Orton's ring armor. Orton had been defeated miserably, and even his ring armor had been shattered. He didn't know if Orton was still alive, but he probably wasn't. Otherwise, Zhou Shan would have brought his corpse back to Nanjing. Lu Yin reassessed the strength of the 7 sages. He didn't know how strong the 3 high sages were, but Zhou Shan might have the power of a peak sentinel. The fact that he could shatter the ring armor was proof. A commotion came from the distance. The other captains had probably arrived. Lu Yin didn't want to meet them, so he left immediately. "Restrain yourselves, we only have so many bullets," Kong Dafeng scolded, and the frequency of gunfire decreased significantly. Su San sneered in the armored vehicle, "The longer the apocalypse, the less effective firearms will be. If we don't use them now, when will we? After a while, they'll be nothing more than scrap metal." Lu Yin looked out the window and saw more and more zombies gathering. He frowned, "Tell the others to speed up. Don't waste time getting surrounded by zombies in the city." "Yes, boss," Su San replied and walked out of the armored vehicle. The convoy quickly picked up speed. Lu Yin had defeated Zhao Yu, and his status was high among the majors. Kong Dafeng and Luo Yi didn't dare to refute him. Speaking of Zhao Yu, Lu Yin admired her from the bottom of his heart. She had actually dared to cross the Hell domain alone and arrive at Nanjing safely. Not long after, the convoy stopped. The road ahead had been destroyed and was being repaired. Lu Yin closed his eyes and tapped the void with his fingers, occasionally rotating them to imitate the orbits of the stars. Suddenly, there was a shout as Kong Dafeng attacked, cursing and killing zombies. Lu Yin glanced at him impatiently, but didn't pay him any attention. Su San praised, as expected of a major, those zombies were scared away. Tell Kong Dafeng to come back and continue forward. There are too many zombies to kill, Lu Yin said coldly. Su San nodded and was about to get out again when he helplessly turned back. Boss, Kong Dafeng chased the zombies into that abandoned building. Lu Yin looked up and stared for a while before getting out of the car with a solemn expression. What's wrong, boss? Su San asked. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. There's no sound. Su San thought about it. Yeah, there's no sound of fighting. Brother Lu, where did Kong Dafeng go? Luo Yi asked. You guys stay here, I'll go take a look, Lu Yin said in a low voice, pulling out his iron rod and walking towards the building. Vesta's knife was still in Nanjing, and Lu Yin didn't expect the camp to return it to him. He rejected Zhou Shan's offer of a steel knife in favor of an iron rod. Flames burned outside the building, making it look eerie even under the sun. Lu Yin slowly entered the building and saw Kong Dafeng's knife, but the man himself was nowhere to be seen. Lu Yin stepped into the building and took out Vesta's gadget from his cosmic ring, tapping it a few times to calculate his power level. An arrow pointed to the right and a number appeared, 900. Lu Yin dodged to the side, the white thread piercing through the air and slamming into the wall, creating a huge crack. Lu Yin looked over and saw a giant mutant spider with 6 pairs of terrifying crimson eyes and a blood-stained piece of cloth at the corner of its mouth. Lu Yin sighed. Kong Dafeng was dead, eaten by this mutant spider. He had come too late. The mutant spider had a power level of 900, equivalent to a peak Earth Realm being. Kong Dafeng had only just reached Earth Realm, so he naturally wasn't its match. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 11. Was this a trap? Lu Yin narrowed his eyes, hoping that he was overthinking things. After the incident with Kong Dafeng, everyone was even more tense. A day later, the convoy stopped beside an abandoned toll station. Their mission had begun, the line had been damaged and needed to be repaired. Reporting, there's a battle 5 li away. 5 evolvers have been besieged by mutant beasts, a soldier reported. Lu Yin ordered reinforcements. Half an hour later, the 5 cultivators were brought over. They were all men, and they were all in a sorry state. Their clothes were tattered, and they looked hungry. Lu Yin didn't get anyone to give them food. If they dared to hunt mutant beasts alone, they had to be prepared for death. He wasn't a saint, and the army's food wasn't free either. If worse came to worst, they could eat the mutant rats that littered the ground. The 5 cultivators were isolated outside the toll station, and they looked on greedily as the army opened fire. Not long after, one of them asked to see Lu Yin. Lu Yin stood on the roof of the toll station and looked around. Below, the cultivator's face was ashen. Sir, can you give us some food? We can exchange information for it. Lu Yin looked at the cultivator. Speak. Will you give us food if I tell you? The cultivator asked expectantly. Are you bargaining with me? Lu Yin asked coldly. The evolver's expression changed, and he said in fear, I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. He continued, actually, we brought enough food, but it was stolen yesterday by a Tian realm warrior in silver armor. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Continue. The post-human swallowed his saliva. His throat was dry, but he continued, the executioner, Zhou Shan, is the only Tian ranker in the vicinity of Jinling, but he can fly. I guess it's because of his armor. After he stole our food, he wanted to kill us to silence us, but he kept talking to himself like a lunatic and flew towards the east excitedly. Louis knew that these people had run into Orton. Talking to himself. It should have been through his gadget. Could he have contacted the other students who had landed? This wasn't good. It was already difficult for Zhou Shan to defeat Orton. If the other students joined in, he might not be able to hold on. Give them some food, Lu Yin ordered, sitting down and looking up at the sky. What was he worried about? Nanjing? Or the survivors? After all, he was an outsider, not a native of Earth. To put it bluntly, he was just like Vesta and the others. But after living on Earth for so long, he gradually accepted his new identity. He only had 2.5 years of memories. His previous memories were blank. Most of his 2.5 years of memories were of Earth. Earth could be considered his home. Lu Yin took a deep breath. It was a pity that he wasn't an absolute powerhouse and couldn't save Earth. However, he could still save a few people within his capabilities. He connected to Zhou Shan's communicator and told him about his speculations about Orton. Zhou Shan replied solemnly, "I understand. Repair the circuit as soon as possible. I want to know how the others are doing. Those students aren't simple." Lu Yin hung up. The others. The other 6 sages. I hope Lu Xiaoge doesn't die. Otherwise, who am I supposed to take revenge on? Lu Yin muttered to himself. Tonight, the sky was covered by dark clouds and there was no starlight. Disappointed, Lu Yin slept in the armored vehicle. In the middle of the night, a cry of surprise woke everyone up. "Boss, a zombie wave! A zombie wave!" Su San shouted anxiously. Lu Yin walked out of the armored vehicle and jumped onto the roof of the toll station to take a look. Countless wandering zombies were closing in from all directions on the dark ground. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 12. Lu Yin didn't know how wide Vesta's gadget's detection range was, but it should be able to cover an area of 5 kilometers. Lu Yin followed the directions and gradually left the toll station. With the long-haired zombie's departure, the agitated corpse tide slowly calmed down, returning to its aimless wandering state. Su San and the rest breathed a sigh of relief. The smelly ditch meandered into the distance, green eyes occasionally appearing from the grass before disappearing. Lu Yin walked through the grass, glancing at his gadget from time to time. This was the location indicated. If he didn't get rid of the long-haired zombie, Nanjing's army would be in great danger in the future. A zombie king with intelligence could even bring disaster to the city. Crunch, 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 the sound of chewing resounded in his ears. He followed the source of the sound and looked down at the bottom of the ditch, where a dark red light flickered. The dark clouds in the sky were scattered, and the moonlight shone down, illuminating a red glow that was accompanied by 2 scarlet eyes. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Fire crystals. Was this zombie king eating fire crystals? Roar! With a roar, the long-haired zombie leapt high into the air and clawed at Lu Yin. Its arm was dark red and emitted a scorching aura. Lu Yin dodged in surprise, but the grass was torn apart by the zombie king's attack and a burnt smell filled the air. The next moment, several fire crystals fell from the zombie king's body and smashed into the grass, igniting a blaze that illuminated the land. Lu Yin used the roving step to circle behind the zombie king, pulling out the iron rod that was still stuck in its back and stabbing it viciously into its brain. The zombie king remained motionless for a moment before its body trembled and slowly collapsed. Dark red flames surged out of its body, devouring it from the inside out. Lu Yin hadn't expected the zombie king to be able to obtain an innate gift by eating all sorts of energy crystals. It was extremely rare for a human to obtain an innate gift, but the zombie king could eat it. Just who was the product of evolution? Luin was at a loss. The zombie king was quickly incinerated, and the surrounding flames gradually extinguished. Luin walked over to where the zombie king had eaten the fire crystals and found a hole. He turned on the light and saw a dark red. What's this? A fire crystal mine. Luin was shocked, but then excited. Energy crystals were very popular in the universe, whether they were pure star crystals, fire crystals, or water crystals, they were all very valuable. He hadn't expected to find a fire crystal mine here. Although he didn't know how much there was, it was definitely a treasure trove. Luin was rather excited, as he had never thought that killing a corpse king would result in such a harvest. As he thought about it, he took some of the stones and covered up the hole again. He also made some preparations to ensure that no one would discover it. This place was a treasure just like Sioux Sands, and it was a capital that Luin was saving for the future. Just as Luin was about to leave, something dark red appeared beneath his feet. He crouched down and brushed aside the dirt to find a scarlet vertical eye. It wasn't a real eye, but rather a scarlet vertical eye that had been forged from a strange material. Luin picked up the eye and felt a chill run down his spine. He turned around to see a sinister skull staring straight at him. His scalp went numb the moment he saw the skull, and he subconsciously wanted to throw it away. But in the end, he didn't do so and instead stored it in his cosmic ring. It was only after Luin put it away that he came back to his senses. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Just what was that? Why are you here? It was obviously a man-made product. By the way, what did you mean by the division of regions? Can you explain it clearly? Pu-yi replied, there are unspoken rules of the trial. As long as we control a certain area, we can mark it as blue on the network. Usually, no one will attack the blue area in the early stages of the trial, unless it's an enemy. So Wuqing has already been marked as a blue area. Lu Xiaoge asked. Pu-yi snorted, of course. Do you think I'm the only one who's been here for the past few days? The trial is very cruel. Usually, no one will fight to the death in the early stages. Of course, we also have to take into account each student's background. Coincidentally, my background isn't weak, so no one will disturb us after being marked. Lu Xiaoge smiled and nodded, I see. Alright, let me ask you. How's the investigation going? Pu-yi asked impatiently. He then glanced at the pillars of light with a hint of pain in his eyes. Turn off those pillars, it's too wasteful. Lu Xiaoge smiled and poured wine for Pu-yi. I've made some progress. Pu-yi's eyes lit up, really? Tell me. Lu Xiaoge passed the glass to him, take a look at this. Pu-yi was puzzled and subconsciously looked at the glass, but there was nothing special about it. There were only ripples in the wine, one after another, one after another, one after another. Lu Xiaoge smiled and waited for a while before speaking, give me your gadget. Pu-yi's eyes were dull as he took off his gadget and passed it to Lu Xiaoge. Not long after, Lu Xiaoge turned it off and rubbed his head. This is troublesome. He actually turned off the network. Does that mean he found out that I'm controlling him? Forget it, Lu Xiaoge said as he put on his gadget. With a smile on his face, he looked up at the sky. 2 days later, the camp approached the front lines. If not for the fact that they had to repair the communication lines along the way, they would have arrived long ago. He had been staring at the moon for the past 2 days, causing Luo-yi to think that he had lost his mind. The convoy suddenly stopped, and Su San spoke up, Boss, something's wrong. We haven't seen any survivors since yesterday, and there should be soldiers monitoring the route. We've been walking for almost a day, but we haven't seen a single person. Lu Yin stood up and looked into the distance. Troops, stop and rest. Avoiding the crowd, Lu Yin activated his gadget to measure the power level of the sentinels in a radius of 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, up to 10 kilometers. Finally, he detected a sentinel's power level 37 kilometers away, which was 1,800. That was the power level he had discovered. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn as he took out his map. 37 kilometers away was an abandoned county that was less than 20 kilometers away from the front lines, right between them and the convoy. He had the troops set up camp there while he headed north. He wanted to know if the sentinel was a human or a mutant beast. Less than 10 kilometers later, he knew that he didn't need to go any further. An army of cultivators had passed by, which meant that the abandoned county was a gathering place. In other words, the sentinel he had detected was one of the students who had descended to Earth. He muttered to himself for a moment before reinstalling Vesta's gadget. About 10 kilometers away from Lu Yin, a woman in white armor with waist-length hair looked at her gadget and snorted coldly before flying towards the south. A moment later, a white figure appeared in the sky and hovered there, staring down at Lu Yin coldly. "Student, I've marked this area as blue. Please leave." Lu Yin looked at her and his eyes lit up. She was quite pretty. "Hello, I'm Yada from the First Military Academy of the Great Yu Empire's Pagoda Planet." "I'm not interested, leave immediately," she said indifferently, energy rippling around her body and pressing down. Lu Yin hurriedly said, "Don't worry, I'm injured and weak. I'm no threat to you, and I can give you resources, lots and lots of them." She looked at him coldly. "A mere seeker dares to join a planet's evolutionary trial. How did you get in?" "My grandfather is the headmaster," Lu Yin said arrogantly. She was disgusted. Scram. Lu Yin immediately took out a few fire crystals from his cosmic ring and tossed them to her. "Help me survive this trial, and I'll give you a basket full of these when we get out." She caught them in shock, feeling the warmth of the crystals as she landed on the ground. "Where did you get them?" Lu Yin pretended to be proud. "My grandfather gave them to me, of course. He's an explorer, so he can have as many as he wants." She narrowed her eyes and clenched her fists, releasing a trace of killing intent. Lu Yin retreated warily and glared at her. "Don't do anything rash. Although no one can interfere with the trial, we can still find out who died and who was killed. You don't want to be hunted down by my grandfather, do you?" She thought about it and released him. "I can help you leave this planet alive, but the results have nothing to do with you." Lu Yin sighed. "It doesn't matter. My grandfather can send me to Astral 10 no matter what, so the results are all yours." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 14. The girl grew even more disgusted and disdainful. Astral 10 wasn't a place for outsiders to meddle in, and so what if Lu Yin was an explorer? There were plenty of such powerhouses in the universe. "Wait, how can I be sure you're not a native?" she asked, staring at Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised his right hand and shook it rapidly, grasping the air like a curtain as he slammed it into the ground, creating a huge crater. "Shockwave palm," she stared at him in shock. Lu Yin was pleased with himself. "What do you think? This should prove it, right?" The woman's eyes narrowed. The shockwave palm was not something that an ordinary person could use. Although it was a common battle technique, it could not be used unless one's physical strength reached a certain level. She had thought that even she could not use it, so she had not expected a mere seeker to be able to use it. "You're still useful if you can use the shockwave palm. Help me take Nanjing, and I'll add you to my score," she said calmly. Lu Yin was shocked. "You want to take Nanjing? I heard there's an executioner there. He's a sentinel." "I know, Orden was defeated by him, but I'm not trash like him. If we work together, we'll be able to suppress him," she said coldly. How do you know a student was defeated by a native? He asked. Before the trial, students from the same academy would agree to work together if they landed in a nearby area. No one came for you. That's right, you're so weak. He secretly rejoiced that he hadn't impersonated Vesta. If this woman knew Orton, then she might know Vesta as well. Since she knew Orton, then why had he fled north after losing to Zhou Shan in the first place? But why had he gone east midway? Lu Yin didn't ask any more questions. The more he asked, the easier it would be to expose himself. This woman wanted him to work with her, which meant there was a conflict between her and Orton. Either way, Nanjing was in danger. All right, I'll help you, but I need to get stronger first, he said. She frowned. No need. Then I'll have to recover from my injuries. She stared at him, grabbed him, and flew back to the gathering point. Vesta's formcast model could only be used 3 times, and he himself had used it twice to break through from a normal person to a seeker, and then to a sentinel. He needed a new formcast model to break through to the sentinel realm, which was why he had tried to get close to this woman in order to break through. There were not many survivors in the small colony in the county, only about 200,000. However, there were many soldiers in the army. Most of them were wearing the uniform of the prison camp. These people should be frontline soldiers under the control of this woman. The executioner from Jinlin is quite capable. He had 80,000 cultivators under him, and 20,000 of them were sent to the front lines in an attempt to establish contact with other regions. 6 of them were seekers, but I killed 2 of them and 1 died in the mouth of a mutant beast. There are still 3 left, the woman explained as she brought him to the top of a building. I still don't know your name. Geraldine, the woman said calmly. At that moment, a figure arrived at the top of the building and reported respectfully, My lord, there are troops from the prison camp 30 kilometers away. Lu Yin turned around and saw the newcomer, and his expression changed. The newcomer also saw Lu Yin and looked at him suspiciously. Lu Yin suddenly rushed towards the newcomer and struck out with a shockwave palm. Before Geraldine could react, the palm landed on the newcomer's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood as his body was sent flying off the roof and smashed into the ground. What are you doing? Geraldine glared at Lu Yin. It's him, Lu Yin replied angrily. He's the one who ambushed me as soon as I landed here. Lu Yin's eyes widened. You're too greedy. These fire crystals are worth at least 20 star crystals, and you're only giving me 5? That's a 4-fold discount. It's up to you, Geraldine said arrogantly. Lu Yin had no choice but to grit his teeth. Fine, but I have a condition. Let me test the power of my battle technique. Anytime, Geraldine scoffed, anytime. He took the 5 thumb-sized crystals and turned to leave. After he left, Geraldine excitedly put away the fire crystals. These strange crystals could be used to aid in the cultivation of battle techniques, and they could also increase the power of battle techniques. They were treasures that countless people dreamed of, and to her, they were even more valuable than star crystals. She needed them for her battle techniques, so she had struck it rich. Pagoda planet. Why haven't I heard of it before? Is it a planet that produces these strange minerals? Geraldine was puzzled. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he left Geraldine's residence. Although the exchange was a loss, it was all for nothing. More importantly, no one else on Earth had star crystals besides these students. Vesta didn't even have a cosmic ring, so he couldn't carry them around. Geraldine's family was much better off than Vesta's, so perhaps he could get something from her. Lu Yin returned to his own residence, which was actually an abandoned villa. He buried the fire crystals around the perimeter to prevent anyone from sneaking in. He returned to the living room and threw away all the furniture before taking out an energy crystal and crushing it. Star energy immediately surged and filled the room. Using formcast models to cultivate allowed one to directly absorb star energy from the void, but the rate of absorption depended on one's cultivation technique. Many powerful organizations would collect star crystals in order to increase their rate of absorption, allowing the star energy to explode in a small space. This was one of the reasons why many organizations fought over star crystals. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 16. Suddenly, a beam of light shot into the sky from the west of Nanjing. Orton slashed out with his sword, but the two collided and exploded. Technological weapons. Orton sneered. The only reason they didn't fight outside the city was because they were wary of technological weapons. Even this native planet had the technology to step into the heavens, enough to create weapons that could threaten them. Outside the city, Geraldine and Lu Yin landed. "It's Terence." "This is bad," Geraldine exclaimed. Lu Yin was puzzled. "Terence? He's one of the top 3 in the first military academy, with a power level of 2,500, Geraldine said solemnly. His heart sank. "As long as you can stall him, I'll deal with Orton as soon as possible." Geraldine thought about it. "Sure, but not for too long." Lu Yi nodded and rushed towards Zhou Shan's location. Beams of light shot towards Orton one after another, but he grew impatient. "I'll deal with you after I kill this native." He then charged towards the ground and stabbed at Zhou Shan. Zhou Shan grit his teeth and swung his axe to meet Orton head-on. In terms of strength, he was confident that he could fight Terence, but with Orton on the side, victory would be decided immediately. Terence landed on the ground as well. Although he was confident that he could avoid the attacks of technological weapons, he was still cautious. As he approached the battle between Zhou Shan and Orton, he took out a fire crystal and threw it into the sky. The red crystal was quite eye-catching, but Orton and Zhou Shan didn't notice it because they were busy fighting. Terence's eyes burned with passion, but before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his back. Twisting his body like a leaf in the wind, he avoided Geraldine's second attack. "It's you." Geraldine did not say a word. Instead, she took out a flame crystal from her cosmic ring and crushed it, causing the scorching flames to burn the ground. Blazing palm. Geraldine growled as she struck out with her palm. Flames gathered in the center of her palm and transformed into an even darker color as she attacked Terence. Terence was furious and coughed up blood. "You're courting death." His right palm shook rapidly, grabbing at the air as he used shockwave palm. Boom! The two palms collided, flames and shockwaves sweeping across the land and destroying all buildings within 100 meters. Huge flames were swept up by the shockwaves, dancing in the air like a fiery snake. Geraldine took a few steps back, her face pale. Terence's shockwave palm was much stronger than Lu Yin's, and even if she used a battle technique, it would still be difficult for her to block it. Terence wasn't having a good time either. Fire battle techniques were originally very powerful and destructive, and Geraldine had even borrowed the power of the flame crystal. This palm strike wasn't any weaker than his. "Geraldine, this is my territory." Terence roared. Geraldine didn't say anything. The ring armor on his body reflected a red light under the illumination of the flames. Terence clenched his teeth. Ring armor covered his body. He hadn't been wearing it since the beginning, but now he felt the pressure. More importantly, he was injured. In the distance, Orton turned around in shock. "Geraldine. Why are you here?" Zhou Shan roared and swung his axe at Orton. Orton did not dare to be careless. He raised his sword and swung it at Zhou Shan. A sharp chi swept out and cut the ground open. Lu Yin suddenly made his move, using the roving step to rush to Orton's side. He struck out with a palm that caused stars to appear. This was serious palm. Neither Orton nor Zhou Shan had expected someone to be hiding nearby. The moment they saw Lu Yin, Orton froze while Zhou Shan was puzzled. But in the next moment, serious palm struck Orton's chest. Geraldine was shocked, her heart sinking as her eyes flashed. You broke through to the Sentinel realm. Lu Yin approached her step by step and smiled. Didn't you detect it? Geraldine frowned, but her tone was gentle. I'm sorry, Yada. I shouldn't have pushed you out to block the enemy's attack, but you have to believe me. It was an instinctive reaction, I didn't do it on purpose. Lu Yin walked a dozen meters away from her and smiled. Of course I believe you. You're an elite of the academy, and you've experienced life and death situations. It's normal for you to have such instinctive reactions. Geraldine smiled. That's good. Yada, Terence, and Orton are all dead, and this native is heavily injured. From now on, Jinling is ours. If we work together, no one will be able to take it away from us. That's right. Before that, can I borrow something from you? Lu Yin smiled at Geraldine. Geraldine's expression changed, but she forced a smile. What? Nothing, just some energy crystals. Geraldine's gaze turned sharp. What did you say? Lu Yin stared at her. Let's put it this way, hand over your cosmic ring. You want to rob me? She shouted. Lu Yin shrugged. Don't make it sound so dark, I'm just taking a look. Geraldine stood up and glared at him. Don't think that you can suppress me just because you've healed some of your injuries, Yada. You haven't fully recovered yet, and I've also healed some of my injuries. If we really fight, it's hard to say who will win. Don't forget, you just became a sentinel with a power level of 1080. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Is that so? If you really believed in my power level, why would you waste so much time talking to me? Geraldine's gaze flickered, but she didn't reply. Lu Yin continued, power level is just the influence of one star energy on the outside world. It doesn't represent one's true strength. Isn't that the first sentence of the Academy's textbooks? Wrong, the textbooks just don't want to discourage commoners. The stronger one's power level, the stronger their star energy. It has a suppressive effect on those with lower power levels. Why else do you think Terence is stronger than me? The difference between our power levels is almost double, and no battle technique can make up for it, Geraldine said coldly. Lu Yin raised his foot and approached her once more. Make your move, if you're confident. Geraldine's gaze turned fierce as she stared at the approaching Lu Yin. She took out a flame crystal from her cosmic ring and crushed it, causing flames to soar into the air. Blazing palm, she was forced to use. Even if she could defeat Lu Yin, she would be injured again, but she had no choice. Seeing Geraldine's palm strike coming at him, Lu Yin raised his hand, the moon revolving around his palm as he unleashed the cosmic palm without hesitation. The moment they made contact, the moon exploded with a terrifying force that completely destroyed the flames, sending Geraldine flying 100 meters away. Her arm was broken, and she fell to the ground in a sorry state as she stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. She had never imagined that Lu Yin would be able to injure her so severely with a single palm. What battle technique was that? It definitely couldn't have been the shockwave palm. It was no match for the blazing palm. Their power levels were almost double, and ordinary battle techniques couldn't make up for it. Lu Yin looked at his right palm with a burning gaze. This was the serious palm. After reaching the Sentinel realm, the serious palm's power had increased once again. Stars would appear in his palm, and they would explode with enough power to crush everything. And this was just one star. What if there were 2? 10. 20. How powerful would it be? Lu Yin didn't even dare think about it. This battle technique couldn't be leaked. The commotion attracted Qin Xian and the rest, but when the army reappeared, they only saw Lu Yin standing on the ground. Brother Lu. Feng Hong was shocked. Qin Xian and the rest were shocked as well. They had all retreated far away during the battle and hadn't seen anything. Lock that woman up and save the executioner, Lu Yin said. Geraldine was quickly taken away by the army, and Zhou Shan was rushed to the treatment room by the doctors. Wait, Zhou Shan called out weakly. Everyone gathered around. Zhou Shan looked at Lu Yin. I'll leave Nanjing to you while I'm treated, please. Lu Yin nodded, don't worry. Thank you, Zhou Shan said before fainting. Today's battle had caused great damage to Nanjing, and Lu Yin ordered the army to rebuild the destroyed colony and pacify the survivors. He also ordered Luo Yi and the rest to rush back to Nanjing. There were many things that Lu Yin didn't have to worry about as the camp had its own way of dealing with them. He went to the lowest level of the prison to find Geraldine. Her limbs were tied up, and there were many high-tech weapons hidden around her. If she made any strange movements, they would immediately shoot. Lu Yin dismissed the guards and walked over to her. He took her cosmic ring and cut her finger, using the genetic code in her blood to unlock the ring and pour out everything inside. Cosmic rings were very precious, and not many people could afford them. Vesta and Orton didn't have them, and only Geraldine and Terence did. Terence's ring had been taken by Lu Yin, and he'd gotten quite a few good things. Who are you? She asked. Lu Yin smiled. What do you think? You're definitely from outer space, you're definitely not from Earth, Geraldine said with certainty as she glared at him. Lu Yin nodded and took all the energy crystals. He put the rest of the undergarments into the ring and returned it to her. Without the genetic code, the ring was useless, and there was no need for him to steal it. The moment she saw Lu Yin enter, she stood in front of Zhou Shan with a wary expression. Lu Yin found it funny. I'm just talking to the executioner, you don't mind, right? Qin Xian muttered to herself. Qin Xian, move aside, Zhou Shan said weakly. Qin Xian hesitated, but in the end, he stepped aside and stood to the side. Lu Yin looked at her. You can leave first. Her expression changed as she looked at Zhou Shan. Zhou Shan nodded and allowed her to leave. Qin Xian left reluctantly. I'm sorry, she's too worried about me, Zhou Shan said softly, gesturing for Lu Yin to sit. Lu Yin sat beside the bed and smiled. She's afraid that I'll hurt you. Zhou Shan smiled. If you wanted to hurt me, I wouldn't be alive now. I heard that you've given up on the northern front lines and decided to focus on Nanjing and the west. Lu Yin nodded and walked to the window, looking out at the chaos in Nanjing. Zombies are the most abundant in the first half of the year, but they aren't very aggressive and don't do much damage to cultivators. Mutated beasts are different. The longer the time passes, the stronger they become. If the front lines of the camp are stretched too long, it'll collapse. It's precisely because the apocalypse has only been going on for half a year that I want to contact the others as soon as possible and work together to reclaim China. This is also why Zhao Yu took the risk to come to Nanjing. Lu Yin turned back to look at him. How many casualties do you have every day? How long can you open up? I had Luo Yi report to you that a zombie king has appeared in your so-called safe passage. The zombie king has intelligence and can evolve. It can even devour strange things to produce a different kind of attack. It's not something a captain can deal with. Can you go to the front lines personally? How far can you go? Can you guarantee that there won't be any realm of sky mutant beasts? Zhou Shan fell silent for a moment before bitterly replying, I know, but I have to get through the capital. I want to know what happened back then, and perhaps find the root of the apocalypse. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The root of the apocalypse. Zhou Shan looked at Lu Yin solemnly. back then, China brought back a corpse from Neptune and obtained some information. We used this information to get ahead of everyone else and became the 7 sages after the apocalypse. However, there was something wrong with that corpse. The Science and Technology Department detected an unusual substance that could cause cells to mutate. I'm guessing that the apocalypse came from that corpse. What happened after that? Lu Yin asked. Zhou Shan said bitterly, the Science and Technology Department can't control those extraordinary substances at all. That's why Number 1 ordered the corpse to be transported away. At the same time, the 7 of us were separated to guard various parts of China. Perhaps Number 1 had already guessed something at that time, but on the day the corpse was transported away, the end of the world came. Lu Yin stared at Zhou Shan. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 21. He had already obtained Terrence's formcast model, so he didn't have to worry about breaking through to the Melder realm. He could stay for now, but he would leave as soon as there was any news about the corpse. Smoke rose into the sky from Jinling. The battle never stopped. Every few days, there would be a beast tide coming from the west. It came out of nowhere. In the sky, flying mutant beasts swarmed towards the settlement. Geraldine soared into the sky, her flames condensing into a blazing palm that shook the sky and sent sparks flying everywhere. Lu Yin stood on the city wall and looked towards the west. The beast waves had been too frequent these past few days. Had a powerful mutant beast appeared? Geraldine, support the southwest, he shouted. In the sky, Geraldine was gloomy. She was a genius from outer space, yet she was being ordered to do so. She wanted to refuse, but when she saw Lu Yin's cold eyes, she wisely carried out the order. She couldn't help but recall the scene from a few days ago. The day after visiting Zhou Shan, Lu Yin had suddenly suggested a spar and promised not to use the shockwave palm. Geraldine had only agreed when he'd promised not to use the shockwave palm, but the bastard had actually used the space render palm and almost crippled her. She was so angry that she swore never to spar with him again. Of course, she was also shocked by Lu Yin's strength. The shockwave palm wasn't too rare, but the space render palm was completely different. She knew of only one person of the same age who could use it, Varen, the strongest student in the first military academy. Lu Yin was the second. Boom! The blazing palm slammed into the ground, shattering several powerful mutant beasts. Geraldine gasped for breath. Although there were many mutant beasts after the apocalypse, not all of them attacked humans. Beasts had their natural instincts, and as long as no one invaded their territory, they rarely came out. This was one of the key reasons why so many survivors were still alive. But now, the beast waves were becoming more frequent. Roar! 2 mutant beasts rushed towards Geraldine from the front. Geraldine once again used his scorching fire palm and killed the 2 mutant beasts. Atop the city walls, Lu Yin frowned. This girl relied too much on battle techniques, which was actually limiting her development. Once she stopped using the blazing palm, her battle prowess would immediately drop by half. She would probably only be considered above average in the academy, far from Terrence's level. She was only slightly stronger than Orton. Suddenly, Lu Yin's eyes widened and he roared, "Stop!" He pressed down with his palm, grabbing at the air and creating a ripple that shot towards Geraldine like an air cannon. Geraldine turned around in shock, only to see Lu Yin's space render palm flying towards her. Her expression changed drastically. This bastard is actually attacking me. Geraldine suddenly felt a chill run down her back. Someone was trying to ambush her. Geraldine reacted quickly and instinctively bent down. The space render palm brushed past her and landed on her back with a bang. Geraldine was swept away by a huge force, and a man behind her spat out a mouthful of blood before crashing into the ground. Luine leapt up and flew towards Geraldine, glaring at the man on the ground as he landed in front of her. Geraldine heaved a sigh of relief, looking at Luine in relief. If not for him, she would have been ambushed by a sentinel as well. If the ambush had succeeded, she would have been heavily injured or even killed. A huge crack appeared in the ground, and the man clutched his chest as he looked at Luine in shock. Space render palm. How is that possible? Luine stared coldly at the man, but his eyes swept around before narrowing and disappearing into the beast wave. Run, the man shouted, but it was too late. A young man in the belly of a mutant beast watched in shock as Luine grabbed at him with a single palm. He pulled out a long knife and slashed at the man, but the knife broke with a clang. Luine shattered the knife with a single palm strike and slammed into the man's body. The ground within a radius of 10 meters cracked, and countless mutant beasts were torn to shreds. He had defeated 2 sentinels in just 2 moves, leaving Geraldine dumbfounded. She was certain that these 2 were students. Although they weren't from the first military academy, they definitely weren't weak if they could participate in the trial. Yet, they had been defeated so easily. This was Lu Yin's current strength. His true power far exceeded his combat rating. With the 2 defeated, the beast wave strangely retreated. Lu Yin immediately knew that these 2 had been the cause of the beast wave. Who are you? Geraldine asked loudly, having almost been ambushed. The 2 men looked at Lu Yin fearfully, but didn't answer. Lu Yin waved away the soldiers and stared coldly at them. If you don't speak, I'll cut you up and feed you to the mutant beasts. We're all students, you can't be so cruel, one of the men said fearfully, his face pale. Lu Yin shrugged, sorry, I'm not a student. I'm from Earth. Impossible. The 2 exclaimed, looking at Geraldine at the same time. She fell silent. The 2 were shocked. How could a mere native defeat us so easily? He even knows the space render palm. Enough, cut the crap. Speak or die, Lu Yin said coldly. 10 minutes later, Lu Yin ordered for the 2 to be locked up. They were from the Great Yu Empire's Blue Mountain Academy, which was located on a planet filled with wild beasts. They knew some beast taming techniques, but they could only control weak mutant beasts. As for attacking Nanjing, they had the same goal as Geraldine. They wanted to take over the city. However, they were different from Geraldine. They had people backing them, and they weren't far from Nanjing. Geraldine was furious. Why don't you kill them? They want to take over Nanjing. Lu Yin looked at her. You kill them. Geraldine was startled and turned away. I can't do it. Lu Yin coldly replied, although the trial doesn't forbid death, it's not good to kill too much. Don't try to be smart in front of me in the future. This is the first and last time. He then turned and left. Geraldine's mouth twitched as she watched him leave, thinking that it was a pity. She had wanted to push Lu Yin into the enemy's position so that she could escape his control, but she hadn't succeeded. This bastard was smarter than she had imagined. Boss, the beast tide has retreated, Su San excitedly reported, his eyes shining. Lu Yin knew what he was thinking. Have you used up all the energy crystals I gave you? Su San was embarrassed. Yes, I've become a lot stronger. Don't rush to break through to the realm of sky, you don't have the ability for now. Try to immerse yourself in refining the energy in your body. Okay, boss. Su San could feel Lu Yin's concern. As for Lu Yin, he didn't want this person to lose his potential by absorbing too many impurities. That would make him worthless. Many large powers had ways to disperse their energy and cultivate again, and the current Su San was worth it. However, the higher one's strength, the higher the price. Thus, the stronger Su San was, the lower the price Lu Yin would receive in the future. Being in the realm of Earth was just right, as long as it could protect his life. Zhou Shan's injuries had recovered considerably, and Lu Yin gave him some of Geraldine's healing medicine. "What do you plan to do with those 2 aliens?" he asked. "Lock them up for now, they'll definitely be useful. You can also interrogate them and learn more about them." Zhou Shan nodded. "I heard they're from Anhui. They're in the direction we're heading, so we might as well get rid of them." "The direction we're heading? I've always been curious, why do you always want to head west?" Lu Yin looked at him. "You want to hear the truth?" "Of course. I'm going to Hubei to see someone," Lu Yin said. "Hubei? Your relative?" Zhou Shan was puzzled. Lu Yin smiled. "You can say that." Zhou Shan nodded. "All right, you saved Nanjing, so we'll go west if you say so." "Right, Hubei isn't bad either. You can connect with Lu Xiaoga's Wuqing and work together to deal with the aliens." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Lu Xiaoga? The Light Sage? What's he like?" "What do you mean, what's he like? Strength or personality?" "I'm curious," Lu Yin smiled. "Actually, I don't know him that well. Although we've worked together before, we haven't interacted much. The one who knows Lu Xiaoga the best is Luo Xing by Shui. From what I've heard, the 2 seem to have something going on." Lu Yin frowned. "Something going on? Are they married?" "Nope, we have a good impression of each other," Zhou Shan replied uncertainly. He then smiled at Lu Yin and asked, "Have you seen Bai Shui before?" Lu Yin shook his head. Zhou Shan looked up at the sky and pointed at the clouds. "Bai Shui looks like that." Lu Yin looked up and followed Zhou Shan's gaze, feeling rather lost. Bai Shui, a hibiscus from clear water, a natural sculpture, the goddess of the Luo River, a picturesque beauty. Lu Yin stared at Zhou Shan as if he had seen a ghost. "You know how to use idioms." Lu Yin's expression turned serious. This person had blocked Sirius' full-force attack. The silver-haired man was surprised and scratched his head. I'm sorry, I thought you were a zombie, so I attacked." Sorry. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and stared at the man, his lips curling up. "You're welcome, I also thought you were a zombie, so I attacked. Fortunately, I didn't use my full strength, so I didn't hurt you." The silver-haired man raised an eyebrow. No, how could you hurt me? Although I barely used a third of my strength, it was more than enough to block your palm." Lu Yin looked at his own palm and smiled. "Sorry, I remembered wrong. I only used a quarter of my strength. Fortunately, I didn't hurt you." The silver-haired man laughed. "Well, I also remembered wrong. I only used a fifth of my strength." "Is that so?" "I don't believe you. Want to try again?" Lu Yin challenged. The silver-haired man quickly waved his hands. "No, I'm an elegant gourmet. I don't fight. By the way, what are you doing here?" "Looking for a classmate. I arranged to meet her here," Lu Yin said indifferently. The silver-haired man grunted. "Me too. I remember there's a Jinling nearby, but it's marked blue. Could it be your classmate's doing?" Lu Yin nodded. "It's her." The silver-haired man sighed regretfully. "I see, I wanted to go and have some fun, but forget it. You can continue waiting, I'll be off." With that, he turned and left, quickly disappearing. Lu Yin looked at his gadget and confirmed that the silver-haired man had left before letting out a sigh of relief, his expression unprecedentedly solemn. His serious palm had been blocked, and he had used his full strength after breaking through to the Sentinel realm. He had no time to hesitate. He had indeed used his full strength, but it had still been blocked. Just who was this person? Such a powerhouse had actually appeared in the first batch of trial takers. Lu Yin walked to the side of the ditch and looked at the location of the flame crystal mine. That person had been standing there since the beginning, and this was where he had picked up the eye. This person was likely the owner of the eye. Lu Yin recalled all the symbols he had seen in the universe, but there was no such thing as a vertical eye. When he had first picked it up, he had felt that he had come into contact with something incredible, and this feeling was even stronger now. Although the silver-haired man was a sentinel, Lu Yin could tell that he hadn't used his full strength in that exchange. He was unfathomable. On the other side, the silver-haired man was flying under the moonlight, a strange expression on his face. His killing blow had been blocked. A sentinel student actually managed to block my attack. Interesting. I thought such a person would only appear in the second batch, but I didn't think there would be one in the first batch as well. Yuxiang, the border between the Su province and Anhui province. Geraldine stepped forward and blocked Jaeger's energy wave, causing the air to distort and an invisible crack to appear in the ground that separated the camp from Lu Yin's group. Feng Hong and the other captains looked up and saw Lu Yin, their eyes filled with shame. Lu Yin didn't care about them, instead focusing on the man who was slowly rising into the air. Clap! Clap! As expected of the belle of the military academy, Geraldine's strength is amazing, Jaeger praised, his eyes filled with undisguised greed. Geraldine snorted, "Is this how Blue Mountain Academy treats its guests?" Jaeger smiled, "I apologize for my rashness." He looked at Lu Yin with contempt. Lu Yin had just become a sentinel, so his energy wasn't strong enough to attract Jaeger's attention. "Can you two release my juniors now?" Jaeger looked at Geraldine, assuming that she was the leader of the two. The two captured students wanted to speak, but their mouths were sealed. They could only give him looks to remind him of Lu Yin's strength, but Jaeger didn't understand. "That depends on your sincerity," Geraldine said coldly. Jaeger shrugged, "All right, let's talk at the camp." Soon, a few people appeared in the camp. Jaeger took out a map and pointed to a mountain 100 kilometers away. "The Gale crystal is there, but it's surrounded by a group of mutated birds. There are at least 5 sentinels in the group, which is what the natives call the realm of sky. There's also a group of seekers, and there's a lot of them. What do you plan to do?" Geraldine looked at Lu Yin and asked Jaeger. Jaeger replied, "The 5 of us can deal with them, but it'll be too tiring. I've thought of a way to get the natives to lure the birds out, then use the planet's firearms to blow them all up." Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, startling Geraldine. "That way, the natives will be dead for sure." Jaeger smiled, "It doesn't matter if they live or die, it'll be easy for us. Even if we don't send them to their deaths, we can still succeed," Lu Yin said calmly. Jaeger looked at Lu Yin with amusement. "Brother Yada, the lives of these natives are not worth your attention. Once the trial is over, the evolvers among them will be sent to the battlefield. Some of the more talented ones might even become the slaves of influential students, while the pretty ones might become maids. The rest will just be cannon fodder, so there's no need to worry about them. Actually, it's better for them to die here, and they might even thank us." Lu Yin did not say anything, as Earth's fate had already been decided long ago. From the moment the trial began, everyone on Earth had been under the observation of the Great Yu Empire and the Universe Youth Council. Only an extremely small number of people with innate gifts would be treated fairly, while the rest would be cannon fodder. Jaeger was right. Jaeger looked at Geraldine. "All right, I've shown my sincerity. Can you let them go now?" Geraldine looked at Lu Yin, but he said, "Wait a moment, I have another question." Jaeger's eyes flashed coldly. "What is it?" Lu Yin looked at Jaeger. "You're a top powerhouse of Blue Mountain Academy, so why are you staying here instead of completing your mission?" Jaeger was shocked, and he looked at Lu Yin and then at Geraldine. He laughed. "I almost forgot. It's normal for people at your level to not have access to such information. All right, I'll explain it to you." He then sat down and asked for several cups of tea to be served. Louine and Geraldine sat down as well, accepting the tea and looking at Jaeger. Jaeger took a sip of tea and said in a low voice, "The students are divided into 3 classes. The first class consists of my 2 juniors. The purpose of their trial is just to show off to some people. It's like gilding. As long as they can survive the trial, their future will be glorious. The second class consists of us." Us? Geraldine was shocked. She had thought that Jaeger, a top powerhouse of Blue Mountain Academy, wouldn't be in the same class as her. Jaeger nodded. "You, me, and even Terrence from your military academy are all in this class. Our goal is to achieve some results, such as conquering a territory, marking it blue, discovering precious minerals, and so on." "Geraldine, ever since you landed, has anyone told you to complete a mission together?" Geraldine shook her head, her expression solemn. Jaeger smiled. "That's right, we're not qualified. Only one type of person is, and that's your academy's Varen and mine's Boris. The strongest in the academy." Geraldine was shocked. Jaeger nodded. "There's no such thing as fairness in this universe. We need to be notified of the trial, but they're already aware of it. Plus, the strongest students in each academy have their own way of contacting each other. This is their sphere of influence, and we can't reach them. They've already formed an alliance before the trial began to complete their mission. Varen isn't in this area, right?" Geraldine looked bitter. "I didn't see him before the trial started." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 24. Jaeger smiled. "I know a little more than you, so I managed to get some information about that circle. Varen, Paris, and Parlai have teamed up to investigate the cause of this planet's evolution. They might have already gone to the capital, but that's not a place we can set foot in. I'll be satisfied with just occupying an area and finding a mine. There's no need to fight those monsters." Parlai. Parlai from planet 3rd gravity. Geraldine exclaimed, her face pale. Jaeger's gaze turned serious. "That's right, Parlai. He's famous among the Great U Empire's youths, and he almost joined the Great U Youth Council. He's a peak sentinel with a power level of 3000. Louine was shocked. He hadn't expected this group of students to have been unprepared. They had been silently assigned to different tasks, and only the top powerhouses would complete the missions. Vesta and Orton were at the bottom, while Geraldine was barely at the level of Terrence and Jaeger. The top powerhouses weren't even in the Sioux province. They were closer to the capital, where the cruelest training grounds were. As far as I know, there are 3 top teams in the Chinese region on this planet. One is Parley's team, and I don't know who the other 2 are, but they're definitely top experts from the various academies. They're monsters that can compete with the second batch of students. Their goal isn't the planet's trial, but the legendary territory's trial. Right now, it's just a warm-up, Jaeger said solemnly. Geraldine was silent. She knew too little and her level was too low. "All right, I've told you everything you need to know. It's time," Jaeger suddenly said. "Time for what?" Jaeger laughed. Jaeger laughed strangely. "Time to make you happy." Geraldine's heart sank when she saw Jaeger's smile. "You poisoned the tea." "Of course not. It's not that easy to poison someone. Gadgets can detect the composition of substances to a certain extent. What I used is good stuff. Strength enhancement powder." Jaeger retrieved a crystal bottle from his cosmic ring. There were 3 green leaves on it. Shamrock Enterprises Medicine. "What's this?" Jaeger asked. "Try activating the energy in your body," Jaeger said proudly. He placed a hand on her shoulder. "Don't act rashly." He then looked at Jaeger. the astral powder is a potion for melders that allows them to control all the star energy in their body in an instant. A sentinel would be drained of star energy if they used it, and they'd be seriously injured by the backlash. Jaeger was surprised, you know. Oh, you said your grandfather was the headmaster. Looks like he has some background. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Cultivators below the Melder realm cannot use star energy after consuming the cultivation enhancement powder. What are you trying to do by spending so much on it? Jaeger put away the crystal bottle and said proudly, Jinling is a good place. It has a special status in this country. If I can occupy Jinling, this achievement will make me even more dazzling. Besides, Jaeger looked at Geraldine greedily and said, I've always wanted to taste the beauties of the Imperial Military Academy. Jaeger, how can you say that? I gave you a tonic. You can only blame yourself for not being able to take it. In the corner, the two students from Blue Mountain Academy were writhing and making noises. Jaeger glanced over and frowned, useless things, you still need me to save you. He waved his hand and tore their chains apart with a gust of wind. Senior, watch out! The two yelled. Jaeger turned around, and his pupils shrank. A powerful impact accompanied by an intense pressure from his abdomen had blasted him out of the barracks and into the abandoned fields behind the barracks. Lu Yin leaped out and raised a hand, causing ripples to form in the air. He pressed down with a single palm, causing a terrifying shockwave to bombard the ground. Jaeger fell to the ground and was struck again. He barely managed to raise his hands to block the attack, but he was still blasted into the ground. Both of his arms were broken, and he spat out a mouthful of blood before fainting. Jaeger fell to the ground and looked at him coldly. The shockwave palm and space render palm only required physical strength and did not require star energy. Countless cultivators surrounded the camp and stared at the half-dead Jaeger in shock, not daring to move. Jaeger glanced at them coldly before looking at the two students from Blue Mountain Academy. Their faces were pale, but they obediently stayed where they were. Jaeger heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time, she was shocked. She knew that the space render palm was powerful, but she hadn't expected it to be able to crush Jaeger. Jaeger's physical strength alone was enough to fight the top 3 powerhouses of the various academies. Let me ask you, are the Gale crystals real? Jaeger asked the two students. He had asked them before, and their answers had been the same as Jaeger's, but he didn't believe them now. They looked at each other and whispered, the Gale crystals do exist, but the mutated birds are not to be trifled with. There's a huge strange bird that might be a melder, and one of our classmates died under its claws. Jaeger glared at Jaeger. She didn't want to provoke a melder. The effects of the drug will dissipate in half an hour. Bring these people back to Jinling then, Lu Yin said to Geraldine before walking out of the barracks. Feng Hong and a few other captains were already waiting outside. A group of cultivators from Anhui were under Jaeger's control, but they weren't sad about Jaeger's death. Instead, they heaved a sigh of relief. Jaeger's control over them came from his strength. Let them go. Those who are willing to join the camp can stay. Those who don't can leave, Jaeger said. Feng Hong nodded and immediately made the arrangements. Not long after, Feng Hong returned and whispered, I'm sorry, Hidden Sage, we still need you to save us. Jaeger smiled, he's a Realm of Sky powerhouse, so there's no other way. Tell me about the cleanup. Yes, the zombies from Nanjing to Yuxiang have all been cleared out. We also cleared out a group of mutant beasts, but not all of them. They're very strong, so we can only mark some of their territories on the map as a warning. Anhui is further west, and that's where the Realm of Sky powerhouse came from. Feng Hong reported. Jaeger listened for a while before sending Feng Hong away. He realized that he had been wrong. He had seen the ambition in Lu Tiange's eyes when he had bombed the city. Before the students had arrived, Lu Tiange hadn't understood the heavens, and his ambition had been limited to this land. But now that the students had appeared more frequently and he had understood the heavens, would he still be limited to earth? Lu Yin was certain that Lu Tiange wasn't someone who would easily submit to others. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 25. Why the capital? It's the same everywhere, Zhou Shan didn't understand. Lu Yin didn't mention anything about the mission, only saying, I want to find the truth about the apocalypse and that corpse. Zhou Shan shook his head, there's no need for that. The explosion turned everything within 10 kilometers of the capital to dust. Even though the apocalypse descended, there were still people who rushed to the scene to investigate, but they didn't find anything. Do you think it'll be useful after so long? I don't care if it's useful or not, I'm going. Zhou Shan sighed and looked out of Nanjing with a complicated expression. I can't stop you if you want to go, but I hope that you can return to Nanjing if you don't find anything. Lu Yin nodded, I will. Zhou Shan took out a document. This is the document I use in the National Army, and it's also my token. The 7 sages made an agreement that seeing this is the same as seeing the real person. Take it to the capital and find Zhang Dingtian, he'll help you. Zhang Dingtian. One of the 7 sages. Lu Yin was puzzled, as he didn't know much about the 7 sages. Their communications during the apocalypse had been intermittent, and his attention had been focused on Lu Tiange. If he hadn't come to Nanjing, he wouldn't have even known that the executioner was called Zhou Shan. Zhou Shan's face lit up at the mention of Zhang Dingtian. Lu Yin, I know that you're very strong and can even suppress the aliens, but I still have to tell you that you shouldn't underestimate the 7 sages. Don't judge them by my strength, especially the 3 high sages. Zhang Dingtian is one of them, and he's publicly acknowledged as the leader of the 7 sages. Lu Yin was stunned, the leader of the 7 sages. That wasn't a normal title. Zhou Shan said solemnly, ever since the corpse was brought back to Earth, Huaxia secretly selected countless people in an attempt to inherit some of the legacies. In the end, the 7 sages succeeded, and Zhang Dingtian was recognized as the strongest of them all. His blade could suppress everything. Those students were very strong, but I don't believe that anyone at the same level could defeat Zhang Dingtian. Even the arrogant Luo Xing by Shui couldn't compare herself to Zhang Dingtian. Many people call him the Sword Sage, but his full name is the Frenzied Blade Sage. As he listened to Zhou Shan's words, a blade and a domineering man suddenly appeared in Lu Yin's mind. 1 man and 1 blade had suppressed the entire capital. How are you compared to him? Lu Yin asked. He wanted a direct comparison. Zhou Shan smiled wryly and raised a finger. Other than the 3 high sages, everyone else can only deal with him with 1 strike. Zhou Shan's true strength surpassed Orton and Geraldine's, and he could even fight Terence. This meant that Zhang Dingtian could defeat someone at Terence's level with a single strike. According to Jaeger, he should be one of the strongest students in the various academies. How could there be someone like him on Earth? Lu Yin believed that if he used the Space Render Palm or Sirius Palm, he would be able to defeat Zhou Shan in 1 move. So, who was stronger between him and Zhang Dingtian? Zhou Shan had done him a favor in hopes that Lu Yin would return to Nanjing in the future, but Lu Yin was destined to disappoint him. His future lay in the heavens. There were still 2 months before the second batch of trial takers would arrive, and Lu Yin hoped to find the corpse and confirm its identity within those 2 months. He was in a hurry. What? You want me to go to the capital with you? Impossible. Geraldine exclaimed, refusing at once. You don't have the right to refuse. Didn't you hear what Jaeger said? Those going to the capital are all the strongest students, and they're freakishly strong. From above, it looked like green waves dancing under the sun, exceptionally beautiful. On the grasslands, a woman raised her hands and breathed in deeply. It's so fresh, this is the smell of the grasslands. Not far away, a 2-meter-tall man with green skin glanced at her. What's so good about the smell of feces? You're sick. Ballerer, what did you say? The woman's ears were sharp, and she immediately glared at him. The green-skinned Ballerer smiled. Nothing, it smells good, it smells good. The woman was pleased, at least you know your place. Let's go to the capital. I heard that the people of this planet found a corpse from a primitive planet. It should be a fugitive. All right, Ballerer replied, looking up as the endless grass ahead suddenly parted, as if it had a mind of its own. In Shangxi, 2 people wrapped in black robes slowly walked through the endless yellow earth. From time to time, strange and ferocious mutant beasts would charge out of the soil and disappear. Under the black robes, one of the men with scales on his forehead had a cold gaze. With every step he took, the yellow earth became incomparably dry, as if all the moisture had been sucked away. After 100 meters, the ground he had walked through had cracked and turned into dust. All the mutant beasts inside had been sucked away, leaving only their skins behind. I don't like this place, we should have landed in the ocean. There's no other way, we have to come to the capital to complete the mission. I know you were born at the bottom of the sea, but get over it. We can leave soon. I've sacrificed so much, anyone who dares to stop me from completing the mission will be killed. Even if all the natives of this planet die, they can't stop me. Of course, no one can stop us. In the northeast, snow and ice covered the horizon, and the white world stretched as far as the eye could see. In this endless white, a pair of red boots slowly stepped forward. Her back was facing the wind and snow, revealing a devastatingly beautiful face. Her eyes were as bright as the stars, and they almost melted this frozen world. She was Bai Shui, the Luo Xing of China, the Luo River. This was the Blue Camp, the Luo Xing's Blue Camp. On the snowy ground, 3 figures were kneeling on the ground. Their faces were twisted, and they seemed to be in extreme pain. One of them forced himself to raise his head and look at the beautiful woman before him in fear. His lips trembled as he asked, "You, a mere native, how can you be so strong?" However, looking at this giant tree that covered the sky, there was no hope of igniting it. Even the flame crystals outside of Nanjing weren't enough. Lu Yin didn't have time to waste on Geraldine. His eyes narrowed. A human. Under the mutated tree, a black dot moved left and right, growing larger and larger. It was a human just like Lu Yin and the rest. This person was even closer to the tree than they were and was constantly retreating to avoid the tree's attacks. So strong. Geraldine was shocked. She knew that she wouldn't be able to withstand the tree's attacks. If not for Lu Yin, she would already be dead. However, the person in the distance seemed to be doing it with ease. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold when he saw who it was. It was the silver-haired man. Under the moonlight, the full-powered Sirius palm was blocked by a beautiful butterfly. Lu Yin would never forget this scene for the rest of his life. He had been able to heavily injure Terence with the palm of Sirius when he was a seeker, but now that he was a sentinel, his full-powered Sirius palm had been neutralized. He hadn't been the one to initiate it, but the opponent's killing intent had forced him to take the initiative. He had been completely passive in that moment, unable to even grasp his opponent's strength. "Yo, classmate, we meet again," the silver-haired man's eyes lit up and he smiled. Geraldine was puzzled. Did they know each other? "What a coincidence," Lu Yin said as he dodged the tree's whip. The silver-haired man nimbly dodged the tree trunk. "Unfortunately, I've been trapped for a while. If you guys had headed north, there's a high chance of meeting me. It's fate." You know we're heading north. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Of course, the silver-haired man replied matter-of-factly, I also know your destination. It must be the capital, right? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he tried to guess who this person was. Was he the strongest person in one of the academies that Jaeger had mentioned? Careful! Geraldine cried out as dozens of branches whipped towards the silver-haired man from all directions. The silver-haired man smiled at her in a friendly manner, a beautiful butterfly appearing in his right hand. The butterfly knife flung out in a dazzling manner as it flew towards the tree trunk. With a soft whooshing sound, the tree trunk was pierced through, and the silver-haired man rushed out unscathed. He turned around and smiled at Geraldine again before looking at Lu Yin provocatively. Lu Yin hugged Geraldine tightly, and under her horrified gaze, he raised his hand and slapped at the tree trunk that was attacking them. Stars appeared from his palm, and the tree trunk exploded under the force of his palm, allowing him to walk out unscathed. I didn't sleep well last night, so I used 30% of my strength, Lu Yin said calmly. The silver-haired man's mouth twitched, I used 20% of my strength. You remembered wrong, I used 10%, Lu Yin refused to back down. The silver-haired man snorted, I used half of my strength. Geraldine was speechless. Were these two competing? At this juncture, Lu Yin didn't know why, but he felt an indescribable sense of danger when facing the silver-haired man. The butterfly knife hovered above his head, ready to fall at any moment. Lu Yin subconsciously wanted to make this person wary, but he wouldn't act rashly if he didn't know the situation. Countless branches appeared from all directions once more, sealing off the space around them. Lu Yin said to the silver-haired man, let's work together and attack the main body, or there'll be no end to this. The silver-haired man nodded, I was too tired from playing a few days ago, or I could have dealt with it myself. Lu Yin replied, if we weren't in a hurry, I would have liked to test my palm strength on it. The silver-haired man's lips curled up as he stepped on a branch and rushed towards the main body. Lu Yin threw Geraldine towards the flames on the ground, be careful, and rushed towards the main body as well. The two weren't far from the main body, arriving in the blink of an eye. Surpassing the Sentinel realm was an important step in one's cultivation. Becoming a melder proved one's initial strength and touched upon the limits of the human body. Cultivators in this realm would remain stagnant for a long time until they broke through the limits of the human body. Most of the elite students were Sentinels, and very few were melders. Those who could fight against melders were even rarer. Although the tree wasn't a sentient being, it was enormous and had a vast amount of energy. Defeating it was even more difficult than defeating an ordinary melder. The silver-haired man wielded the butterfly. The butterfly knife flickered with white light as it shot towards the tree like a meteor. Lu Yin unleashed his cosmic palm with all his might, and another fledgling star vaguely appeared. This was his second star, and once it was fully formed, its power would skyrocket once again. The two attacked the main body of the tree at almost the same time. The butterfly knife and Sirius palm struck the same spot, causing the sturdy surface of the tree to gradually crack. With a bang, the two pierced through the tree and rushed out a few hundred meters, floating in the air as they looked back. The huge mutated tree slowly collapsed, countless branches crashing down to the ground and covering the river. Lu Yin and the silver-haired man both turned to look at each other, sensing the strength of their opponent even more clearly than before. This person has grown even stronger, the same thought appeared in their minds at the same time. On the other side, Geraldine was the most shocked. Mutant plants were easy to dodge but difficult to kill due to their powerful defenses. Even though she hadn't fought Varen before, she was certain that he wouldn't be able to harm the tree. Yet these two had done so. They were comparable to, perhaps even stronger than, the strongest in the academy. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 27. Who was that? Geraldine looked at the silver-haired man, but she had no recollection of him. Butterfly knives and silver hair were rare features, but she had no recollection of him at all. Could he be a native? Sigh, the blade's blunted, and I didn't have time to polish it. I can barely use 50% of my power. The silver-haired man pretended to be regretful as he glanced at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he looked at his palm. My hands are dirty, so I can only use 40% of my power. The silver-haired man was speechless. Was that even a reason? Student, this is the second time we've met. Introduce yourself. I'm Silver. The silver-haired man smiled like a fox. Lu Yin smiled back. I'm Yada, from Pagoda Planet. My grandfather is the headmaster. Silver exclaimed, You're a second-generation student. No, a third-generation student. Congratulations. Lu Yin smiled. You're welcome. I like your silver hair. Ha ha ha, I like it too. Right, I have something to do, so I'll be leaving first. See you again, Yada. Lu Yin smiled. See you again, Silver. Silver quickly disappeared over the horizon. Geraldine flew over and asked curiously, Which school is he from? Lu Yin shook his head. I don't know, let's go. Wait, you don't want the energy crystal. Geraldine stretched out her hand, revealing a white crystal the size of a finger that reflected the sunlight. It's not suitable for absorption, but it can be used as a source of energy for weapons. It's not bad, after all, it's a melder. Lu Yin took it without hesitation. Let's go, let's continue on our way. He then flew north with Geraldine. The energy crystals of Earth's evolved lifeforms were considered inferior in the universe, and even the wandering soldiers who directly absorbed them wouldn't use them. There were too many impurities that would affect their cultivation, and they weren't of much use to Lu Yin himself. Dai was also very picky about its food and wouldn't absorb inferior energy crystals. Lu Yin planned to accumulate more and sell them for star crystals later. Silver flew towards the east and stopped after a certain distance, looking back with a puzzled expression. What battle technique is this? You've only just broken through to the Sentinel realm, and yet you're able to block me. It's an unfamiliar battle technique, but it's strong. I'll have to check it out when I get back. Doomsday had arrived, and countless ordinary people in Beijing had turned into zombies. The country's top management had all died in a huge explosion, leaving Beijing without a leader. Fortunately, the head of the Seven Saints, Zhang Dingtian, had appeared to suppress the chaos and disperse the zombies, thus saving Beijing. Even so, Beijing was only left with less than a third of its original area, and the surrounding area had fallen into the endless tide of zombies. There were too many people in Beijing, and the number of zombies was close to 10 million, far more than Jinling. Even after half a year, Zhang Dingtian still couldn't eliminate the zombies with the combined strength of more than 100,000 evolvers. The capital was like a giant beast surrounded by countless ants. It clearly had the strength to crush the ants, but it was trapped and unable to move. Capital City was fortified with 10-meter-tall steel walls. Many evolvers stood on top of the steel walls, looking at the zombies in the distance calmly. The city gates opened from time to time, and the evolvers rushed out in the armored vehicles rented by the army, wanting to collect useful materials outside the city. Not long after, the city gates opened again, and an armored vehicle rushed into the city. Didn't that vehicle just leave? A centurion on top of the steel wall asked curiously. His appearance was ordinary, not too strong, and there were no obvious wounds on his body. But there was one thing about him, he gave off a very domineering aura. They didn't know why, but the three of them felt that this person was overbearing, perhaps it was because of the blade. You're from outer space? Zhang Dingtian asked calmly. Varen stepped forward. That's right, we're from outer space. We have something to ask you. Zhang Dingtian looked past Varen to Parlai. Leave the capital, and you're not allowed to enter. Parlai narrowed his eyes. Varen was furious that Zhang Dingtian was ignoring him. I have something to ask you, did you not hear me? Zhang Dingtian glanced at Varen. Before you leave, as punishment for disrupting the capital, each of you will receive one strike from my sword. He didn't wait for the three to reply before slashing at Varen. Beep 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 beep. Boris Skagit buzzed, and her expression changed. Be careful, Varen. He's a realm breaker. Varen's expression changed. What seemed like an ordinary blade had suddenly turned into something terrifying. Everything in the world seemed to have disappeared, leaving only the blade in his eyes. Varen's pupils shrank as he raised his hand, Space Render Palm. He roared, causing the air to ripple as a shock wave blasted forward. Zhang Dingtian's attack was blocked by the Space Render Palm, and a powerful burst of pressure spread out in all directions, shattering the earth. Boris' breath caught, and she hurriedly retreated. The pressure swept up into the sky, dispersing the clouds and causing the lava in the nearby crater to rise. In the distance, countless soldiers watched in shock. Every time Hua Xing made a move, it was always so shocking. Varen clenched his teeth, staring at Zhang Dingtian, who was only a few meters away. How could a mere native be so strong? A realm breaker. How could there be such a monster among the natives? Behind him, Parlai threw a punch at Zhang Dingtian. Zhang Dingtian's eyes narrowed, and the back of his blade slashed at Parlai's fist. An arc of energy blasted out, destroying the ruins in the distance and tearing the earth apart. Varen was the first to be pushed back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Zhang Dingtian didn't move from his original position, still in the same posture as before. He looked at Boris and slashed again. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 28. Paris's eyes narrowed as she quickly retreated. She hadn't expected the native to still have the strength to attack her after being attacked by Parlai and Varen, but it was too late by the time she reacted. The slash left a huge gash on her abdomen, blood dripping down her clothes and onto the ground. Pain engulfed her nerves, causing her to unconsciously fall to one knee as cold sweat broke out on her forehead. One man and one blade had suppressed the capital. Frenzied Blade Hua Xing, the first of the 7 sages. Parlai and the other 2 finally understood why he was the strongest person on Earth. They couldn't understand how Earth had given birth to such a terrifying character in just half a year of evolution. Realm breakers were rare even in the Great Yu Empire. Realm breakers were powerhouses who could display power one level above their current realm. Their gadgets were set very strictly, and even if they were at the peak of their current realm, they might not be able to display the power of a higher realm with the help of battle techniques. Parlai was a peak sentinel with a battle value of 3,000, but even if he used battle techniques and had the power to fight melders, it was impossible for him to reach a battle value of 301. It was like a wall that separated sentinels from melders. There was only one type of person who could shatter this wall, and that was a realm breaker powerhouse. Someone who could display the power of a melder despite being a sentinel was known as a freak. When Zhang Dingtian raised his blade, his power level had dropped to -3,200, which was a melder's power level. Let's go, Parlai growled, flying out of the capital. Varen and Paris endured their injuries and left at the same time. Zhang Dingtian did not give chase. He calmly watched the trio leave. These 3 were not weak. Some time ago, alien students had come to Beijing to cause trouble, but none of them had been able to survive a single strike from him. He had already killed 5 students, but these 3 had actually been able to withstand a single strike from him. He had the battle prowess of a supreme saint. This was especially the case for that short Yu, who was equally matched with his blade, extremely formidable. Washing. Armored vehicles appeared one after another, and a beautiful young woman in professional attire walked out of one of the vehicles. She came to Zhang Dingtian's side and asked worriedly. Zhang Dingtian replied calmly, "Pass down my orders, strictly investigate unfamiliar cultivators. Report to me immediately if you see one that looks like a student. Don't take the initiative to attack." "Which group of Starry Sky students did you just fight with?" the woman asked. Zhang Dingtian looked at her. "Don't overthink it. No one is my match." The woman's eyes were filled with reverence as she nodded her head and gave orders to the army. Her actions were swift and decisive. Outside the capital, the three of them landed. Paris angrily roared, "A native injured me. He actually injured me. I want him dead. I want him dead. I want him dead immediately." Varen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "I can't believe the natives have realm breakers." Parlai replied in a low voice, "Don't worry about it. Combat statistics are the most unreliable means of detection. Victory or defeat still depends on the person and their battle techniques." Varen frowned as he looked at the capital. Unreliable. That's right. Generally speaking, the combat value was indeed unreliable. Many experts did not intend to increase their combat value at all. They wholeheartedly focused on their combat skills. This kind of person was quite powerful. However, the combat value for breaking through the current realm was different. The Great Yu Empire had even decreed that realm breakers could directly join the 13 imperial squadrons. The beast wave attracted Zhang Dingtian, and there's no one in the city. Parlai and Varen might be looking for clues about the fugitive, Balor suggested. Jerlin immediately activated her gadget and exclaimed, "Wow, 5 sentinels. One of them is a melder, Zhang Dingtian, the other 4 should be Parlai, Varen, Eddie, and Hayden. They're all here, this is going to be interesting." Balor's expression turned serious. "Eddie is here too. That's troublesome, he's very strong." Jerlin replied, "Eddie entered Yu Academy through an exception and defeated the strongest of 30 academies. That's his record. It's a little troublesome, but it's fine. What do you think Zhang Dingtian will do if we leak this information to him?" Balor frowned, "Betray our own people." Jerlin rolled her eyes, "There's no such thing as own people, we're competitors. Besides, the Empire sees us and the Earthlings as trial takers, there's no such thing as betrayal." Balor nodded, "I can use the plants to hold back the beast wave and free up Zhang Dingtian. Then it's decided." Jerlin was overjoyed. On the other side, 2 figures wrapped in black robes stood in an abandoned hotel. "Eddie, I can sense Balor's aura. His plant aura is very strong," one of the black-robed men spoke up, his lips curling into a cruel smile. The other black-robed man spoke in a deep voice, "There are 7 sentinels in the city, including us. There's also Paris outside, so there are 8 sentinels gathered here. It'll be a bit troublesome, but it won't be too hard to kill. The only problem is Zhang Dingtian, there's actually a realm breaker among the natives. Unbelievable. Leave Zhang Dingtian to me, I want to see what a realm breaker is like." The black-robed man looked up excitedly, his eyes flickering with green light. Atop the steel city walls, Zhang Dingtian's expression was solemn as he watched the endless zombie wave and beast wave in the distance. It was like a meat grinder, with creatures dying every second as blood and gore filled the air. The zombies were weak and could be easily torn apart by the mutated beast's claws, but their venom was strong and the beasts suffered heavy losses as well. 10 kilometers to the east, Paris's face was pale as she excitedly looked into the distance. "Go, more. I'm going to use the beast tide to bury this city." A mere native actually dared to injure me. I'll make you pay the price. She didn't notice that a cold air had appeared beneath her feet at some point. Although the temperature wasn't low, there was a layer of white frost in the air. Still staring at the distant battlefield, Paris adjusted her clothes. Why did it feel a little cold? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 29. Inexplicably, Paris felt her heart clench, and a chill ran down her spine. She turned around and saw an absolute beauty calmly looking at her. She wore long red boots and a snow-white dress, and her long blue hair reached her waist. Her expression was cold. Who are you? Paris was shocked. Someone had been so close to her, yet she had not noticed. She had been too careless. Was this a side effect of her injuries? The absolute beauty looked at Paris indifferently. Were you the one who caused this beast wave? Paris stared at the woman, jealousy flashing through her eyes. This woman was too beautiful, and of all the people she had seen, only Starsibyl could compare to her. Her beauty was pure and untainted. How could someone like her exist? I'll ask you again. Were you the one who caused this beast wave? The absolute beauty asked again. Who are you? Paris asked in a low voice, her gaze wary. The absolute beauty looked at Paris. I'm Bai Shui. One of the 7 sages, the water sage Bai Shui. Paris was shocked. Bai Shui's gaze swept past Paris and landed on the blood-red battlefield. Her gaze was cold. What are you trying to do by causing this beast wave? Paris sneered. A mere native has no right to speak to me. Wait until I catch you and tear your face apart. She then reached out to grab Bai Shui, and a beast's roar could be heard from her palm. Bai Shui retreated as layers of ice appeared in front of her, but they were easily shattered by Paris. You want to stop me with the ice from a mere plant? Natives will always be natives. Bai Shui stopped and raised her palm to slap Paris. Paris sneered. You're courting death. Her palm collided with Bai Shui's, and a cold aura swept out in all directions, freezing the ground as Bai Shui's ice extended towards Paris. Paris did not care. Although her injuries had not healed, she did not care about Bai Shui at all. I've already said that the ice from a plant is useless, Paris growled. The ice shattered, and even Bai Shui's sleeve was shattered. A few icy blades of grass fell to the ground, and they were exactly the same as the ones that had been on Zhao Yu's body. It was precisely these blades of grass that allowed Zhao Yu to use her glacial palm, which had the same effect as the fire crystals. Paris looked at Bai Shui arrogantly, wanting to see the latter's expression of despair. However, in the next moment, extreme coldness enveloped the surroundings. The ground was instantly frozen, and a layer of white ice suddenly appeared all around, freezing the air. Paris's pupils shrank rapidly, and all the blood drained from her face. Impossible. This is an innate gift of ice. You have an innate gift. Wait, Snow's gaze didn't change. Boundless coldness once again enveloped Paris, instantly freezing her right arm. Paris screamed and tried to retreat, but it was too late. In less than 2 seconds, her whole body was frozen and then shattered. The most powerful person in Blue Mountain Academy was dead. Following Paris's death, the beast horde on the bloody battlefield regained consciousness, and many of them began to retreat. Bai Shui heaved a sigh of relief. This woman was very strong. If it weren't for her injuries, she might have been able to break free. She had underestimated herself too much. But even so, she still managed to force out her innate talent of ice. Within the city, Varen and Parlai searched Zhang Dingtian's residence, as well as his former office, but found nothing. Lu Yin and Geraldine arrived outside the capital, passing through the battlefield and entering the city. At this moment, the atmosphere in Beijing was solemn, but it was not chaotic. Although the survivors were terrified, they still maintained their confidence in the Chinese camp. No matter how prosperous a city was during peaceful times, it was the same after the apocalypse. Bridges were broken, buildings were abandoned, and houses had collapsed. It was already good enough to have a place to stay. Lu Yin found a map of the capital and brought Geraldine directly to Zhang Dingtian's residence. He had the same idea as Varen and Parlai. If there was anyone in the capital who knew the whereabouts of the corpse, it was most likely Zhang Dingtian. Atop the steel walls, Zhang Dingtian's gaze was fixed on the white rising into the sky. It was the cold air of Bai Shui. Hua Xing, look, someone cried out. Everyone looked into the distance at the battlefield where countless mutant beasts and zombies clashed, dyeing the earth red. But at this moment, a flash of white suddenly appeared and froze the ground. A beautiful woman slowly walked across the battlefield, freezing everything in her path, be it mutant beasts or zombies. It's the Luo Sage Bai Shui. The 7 sages were the protectors of the apocalypse, and white snow was the symbol of the 7 sages. She was the only female among the 7 sages, and at the same time, the most beautiful woman in China. Her appearance caused countless evolvers to become excited. Beauty was a kind of power that could stimulate one's potential and make them ignore physical pain and suffering. Bai Shui undoubtedly possessed this power. When she appeared on the walls, everyone in the Chinese camp roared, causing the countless mutant beasts on the battlefield to tremble in fear. Zhang Dingtian calmly looked at the battlefield, gripping his sword tightly. Bai Shui walked over to his side. I've dealt with the ones who started the beast wave. They were alien students. Thank you, Zhang Dingtian replied. You're too merciful. Even if you didn't kill them, you should have at least captured them. These people don't even see us as humans. I killed 5 of them, Zhang Dingtian replied in a low voice. These few will be difficult. Bai Shui was shocked. Difficult. Even you can't kill them. Zhang Dingtian looked at her. The 7 sages are divided into 3 upper sages and 4 lower sages, so the alien students are naturally divided as well. The one you just killed isn't simple, is it? Bai Shui fell silent. That woman had forced her to use her innate gift, something that even the lower sages couldn't do. She had the power to fight the upper sages. You said several, so that means there's more than 1 alien student. What about the others? Bai Shui suddenly asked. Zhang Dingtian's eyes narrowed. I don't know. Bai Shui took out the gadget she had snatched and tapped on it a few times, the screen beeping loudly. 8. There are 8 realm of sky powerhouses in the city. Zhang Dingtian's eyes went wide with rage. 8 realm of sky powerhouses were enough to destroy the entire capital. They're courting death. Elsewhere, Geraldine and Lu Yin were only a few kilometers away from Zhang Dingtian's residence when she suddenly stopped and looked ahead in shock. He followed her gaze and saw 2 men, one tall and one short. They were too conspicuous, and few survivors could wear such clean clothing. Most importantly, the short man had a very strange appearance, about 1 meter tall with a stocky build that would be easily recognizable on the streets. The 2 were Varen and Parlai. They had just left Zhang Dingtian's residence with nothing to show for it and were about to head elsewhere when they bumped into Lu Yin and Geraldine. Varen and Parlai were conspicuous, but Lu Yin and Parlai weren't bad either, especially Geraldine. After the apocalypse, many women couldn't guarantee their survival, let alone their appearance. She was so beautiful that she seemed to glow in the crowd, and Varen immediately recognized her. Varen, she exclaimed, subconsciously moving closer to Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Varen. He'd heard the name several times before. it was the strongest student in the first military academy, an elite qualified to complete a mission. What a coincidence! Varen looked at her in surprise. The capital was a place one had to pass through in order to complete a mission. Was she here to complete it as well? Varen couldn't help but laugh, looking at Luine with contempt. Through his star energy, he could tell that Luine had just broken through, a piece of trash. You know him? Parlai asked. Same academy, Varen answered. Take him with you, we're short on manpower. Varen nodded and turned to Geraldine. Come, follow us. Fear flashed through Geraldine's eyes as she looked at Luine. The trial was open to everyone, and anyone who wasn't a friend was an enemy, even if they were from the same academy. Although Luine had controlled her, he hadn't threatened her life, but Varen was different. Someone from the heavens was even more ruthless. I told you to come here, didn't you hear me? Varen shouted, attracting quite a bit of attention. Parlai frowned. Lower your voice. Varen glared at Geraldine, his gaze icy. Luine took a few steps forward and looked at Varen. Who are you talking to? Don't you know it's noisy? Varen froze, not expecting Luine to dare say such a thing. He sneered, I don't know which academy you're from, but you'll be removed from the list today. He pressed down with a palm, causing the air to tremble and ripples to spread out in all directions. Many survivors were sent flying before they could even react. Luine raised an eyebrow, space render palm. He pressed down with a palm of his own and struck out with a similar palm. At the same time, Varen struck out with his own. He said that your beauty is recognizable at first glance. You touched Zhou Shan. Bai Shui's gaze frosted over. Just as Luine was about to explain, Zhang Dingtian tried to pull him into the fray as well. He dodged, only to see Bai Shui freeze Geraldine from the corner of his eye. He frowned and moved to Geraldine's side. He grabbed Bai Shui's hand, which was slippery and cold to the touch. You want to kill her? So what? Bai Shui snorted, a chilling aura emanating from her body. Lu Yin's expression changed. Innate gift, you have an innate gift of ice. Bai Shui didn't speak, but her hand froze and spread to his arm. She wanted to freeze both Lu Yin and Geraldine as well. His eyes grew cold, and his frozen palm erupted with star energy. Stars could vaguely be seen revolving around his palm, and the cosmic palm shattered the solid ice. Lu Yin used a bit of force to push Bai Shui away and send her flying back more than 10 meters. Bai Shui's arm hurt, but she was shocked. This was the first time someone had shattered her ice so easily. Zhang Dingtian abandoned Parlai and Varen when he saw Bai Shui being pushed back and slashed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin grew impatient and dodged the attack, tossing Zhou Shan's ID to him. I'm Zhou Shan's friend, not an alien. You're from Earth. Zhang Dingtian caught the ID with surprise. Lu Yin nodded, but his expression changed as he glanced around. Not good, they're trying to escape. After them, he used roving step to chase after Varen, who was closest to him. Zhang Dingtian didn't have time to think and slashed at Parlai. Zhang Dingtian seemed to be the strongest of them all, even Parlai was at a disadvantage. Although Lu Yin's serious palm was powerful, it still hadn't allowed him to break through to the Melder realm. His power level was still too low at a little over 1,000, and Sirius Palm only had 2 stars. If it had 3, he might have been able to break through. Varen wasn't Lu Yin's match in the first place, and he was heavily injured in the fight with Zhang Dingtian. Parlai had also been defeated by Zhang Dingtian's relentless attacks, falling to the ground with a slash to the chest. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 33. The most important thing right now was the star crystals, followed by the fugitive. He had Terrence's formcast model, which could allow him to remodel his body a third time and reach the Melder realm, but anything beyond that would be troublesome. A normal formcast model could only remodel his body 3 times, and only a stronger one could remodel his body a 4th time. Even Varen and Parley didn't have such models, so he had to find someone stronger. The fugitive was his only hope on Earth. Although the fugitive might be strong, Lu Yin wasn't sure what the other 4 students were capable of. He might as well muddy the waters and draw all the students to him. The more chaotic it was, the better it would be for the fugitive. Once his 3rd star formed, no one in the first batch would be a match for him, so he had to stall for time. In a secluded courtyard in the capital, Lu Yin closed the windows and scattered fire crystals all over the place before returning to his room. He opened his hand and the die slowly appeared. The die's glow was still dim, and without star crystals, it would take a long time for it to recover to a usable state. He didn't want to wait. Rubbing his hands together, Lu Yin stared at the die with shining eyes. He crushed a cube of star crystals he'd painstakingly gathered and sent a surge of star energy into the die, causing it to glow even brighter until it finally recovered. The stars were hazy and sparkling. Lu Yin licked his lips, feeling a little nervous. He was just like the gamblers, "Come on, give me good luck and see what I can get." He tapped the die with a finger. The die spun quickly, the hazy stars extremely beautiful. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he stared at it. Finally, the die stopped spinning and the pips on its 5 faces disappeared, leaving behind a single pip. Another pip. Lu Yin was delighted. A pip allowed him to obtain a random item from someone's cosmic ring. The first time he'd rolled a pip, he'd obtained the Art of Sirius and the Palm of Sirius. This was the 2nd time. Lu Yin watched as the die shot out a beam of light that pierced through the void, as if opening a passage. Something fell to the ground with a thud. Lu Yin stared blankly at the ground, unable to believe what he was seeing. Were these snacks? There was a delicately packaged snack bag lying quietly on the ground. There were words engraved on the bag that he couldn't understand, but they were probably advertising slogans. Lu Yin picked up the bag of snacks in a daze, feeling the urge to vomit blood. He had spent a cube of star crystals in exchange for a snack. Even if it was just a broken dagger, it would have been better. The light on the surface of the die dimmed and then disappeared. Everything in the room returned to normal, leaving Lu Yin speechless as he clutched the bag of snacks. His heart was bleeding. This was too much of a scam. Lu Yin stayed in the capital for 10 days, and it was much quieter than before. The corpse tide outside the city had decreased significantly after the clash with the beast tide, and more cultivators dared to venture out. While Beijing was peaceful, Europe was in chaos. 10 days ago, Lu Yin had asked Geraldine to spread the news that the fugitives were in the Mediterranean Sea. No one had believed the news at first, but as Eddie and the others' whereabouts were exposed, many students began to believe it and rushed to the Mediterranean Sea. A few days ago, a huge battle had broken out in the Mediterranean Sea, and a layer of the surface of the sea had evaporated. It was rumored that the fugitive had the strength of a Melder and had killed several students before fleeing. Eddie and a few others had been injured. Eddie's group wasn't the only strongest in the academy. There were 3 teams from China, 2 from Russia, and 2 from Europe. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 34. I'm going to catch a zombie and experiment on it, Zhang Dingtian said before leaving. Not long after, Zhang Dingtian threw a zombie to the ground and threw an energy crystal into its mouth. The group stared at the zombie for a moment. Even after a while, there was no reaction. Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui heaved a sigh of relief. "One isn't enough, let's catch a few more," Lu Yin said. Zhang Dingtian nodded and ordered his men to capture more zombies. Half an hour later, more than 50 were tied up and brought over. Zhang Dingtian tossed more than 50 energy crystals into their mouths one by one. Roar! Suddenly, one of the zombies growled, its face contorted in pain as it glared at Zhang Dingtian with its scarlet eyes. Energy tore through its skin, causing it to explode with a bang. Aside from this one, the rest of the zombies remained the same. President Lien looked on in shock. The energy crystals have a reaction to individual zombies, which proves that this path of evolution is feasible. Lu Yin looked at the mangled flesh on the ground and suddenly thought of Silver and that scarlet eye. Just thinking about it made his scalp go numb, and he didn't dare take it out. "This has to be kept a secret," Bai Shui said coldly, looking at Lu Yin. "It looks like the planet's evolution isn't as simple as we thought. Zombies are also a part of the evolution process. Are they qualified to participate in the trial?" "Zombies don't have intelligence," Bai Shui said. Lu Yin laughed. "Don't have intelligence?" "Not necessarily." Zhang Dingtian immediately ordered everyone outside the city to return, using whatever firearms they had left to bombard the zombies. Zombies couldn't be turned back into humans, and now that they knew they could evolve, they couldn't be allowed to live. The fact that they could consume energy crystals to gain strength was intolerable. President Lien agreed. There were too many zombies, and even if one successfully evolved out of tens of thousands of them, it would still be terrifying. That kind of supernatural power wasn't something a normal person could deal with. Bai Shui was proof of that. If not for her innate gift of ice, she might not have been Paris's match. It was precisely because of her innate gift of ice that she had been able to easily kill Paris and control Geraldine. That night, an earth-shattering explosion rang out outside the capital. Lu Yin looked up and saw missiles raining down outside the city, sweeping across the land. Zombies were not scary. What was scary was their numbers. This was the consensus of everyone. Firearms were the best way to deal with numbers. The bombardment lasted less than 2 minutes before it ended. Lu Yin was puzzled. There shouldn't be so few firearms left in the capital. Just as he was about to continue gazing at the stars, a figure flew towards his residence. He looked over and was surprised to find that it was Bai Shui. This outrageously beautiful woman had always found him an eyesore. Why was she looking for him in the middle of the night? Lu Yin watched the alluring figure approach under the moonlight. He didn't mind cuckolding Lu Xiaoge. Bai Shui landed at Lu Yin's residence, and she heaved a sigh of relief when she saw him. "What's the matter?" Geraldine walked out of the room and looked at Bai Shui strangely. Bai Shui calmly replied, "Nothing, I was just passing by." Lu Yin was speechless. "Are you sure?" Bai Shui muttered to herself for a moment before replying, "The people who fired the weapons are all dead. All the weapons have been destroyed and can't be used." Lu Yin was shocked. "Who did this?" Bai Shui stared at him in silence. Lu Yin laughed, "So you came here to prove that I wasn't at the scene. I hope you didn't do it, or we won't let you go," Bai Shui said coldly. Lu Yin was puzzled. "You seem to be on guard against me, why?" Bai Shui didn't answer and turned to leave. "Wait, don't think you can leave so easily." Lu Yin appeared beside Bai Shui and reached out to grab her hair. Bai Shui's eyes were cold, and her body emitted an extremely cold aura that swept towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin shook his right hand to disperse the aura and continued to grab her. A layer of ice suddenly appeared in front of Bai Shui, reflecting the moonlight. Lu Yin slapped the ice and shattered it, but Bai Shui retreated a few meters away and stared at him warily. Lu Yin shrugged, I was just joking. It's not funny, Bai Shui said coldly. You barged into my house and threatened me, that's not funny either, Lu Yin said coldly. Bai Shui's eyes flickered, I'm sorry, and flew away, leaving behind a delicate fragrance. Lu Yin looked up at the sky, wondering who had destroyed the weapons. Did they not want the corpse tied to be bombed? Geraldine sighed as she watched Bai Shui's departing figure, I'm stunned every time I see her. No wonder Zhou Shan called her the goddess of Luo River. In terms of looks alone, she's comparable to Starsabil. Starsabil? Lu Yin was puzzled. Geraldine looked up at the sky, Starsabil is one of the most beautiful women in the universe. Rumor has it that she can wander the stars and often appears in the trial grounds to find fated people. There are also legends that she can predict the future and look into the past. She's the dream of countless people in the universe. Lu Yin was speechless, you're a girl, but she's also your dream. Geraldine rolled her eyes at Lu Yin. She's my idol, and I've heard that she comes from one of the most powerful and mysterious sects in the universe. Any random disciple from that sect can sweep through the entire younger generation of the Great Yu Empire, and Starsabil is even on the astral combat rankings. She. Geraldine paused and pursed her lips. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Forget it. Lu Yin didn't pay attention to her words. The universe was boundless, and even the smallest of things could be exaggerated to the extreme. There was no such person in the universe who could predict the future and look into the past. He looked up at the night sky and 2 stars appeared on his right palm. A 3rd star was faintly visible. The bombardment of the corpse tide was temporarily halted. Lu Yin didn't know how Zhang Dingtian and the rest had dealt with it, but he didn't care. He glanced at his gadget and saw that there were about 40 days left until the second batch of trial takers arrived. The 100,000 cultivators from the Chinese camp left the city in batches. Under Zhang Dingtian's orders, they didn't need to face the mutant beasts and only needed to kill the zombies. This mission wasn't difficult, as zombies were much easier to kill than mutant beasts. Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui stood atop the city walls. Even if we clear out all the zombies around the capital, it's just a drop in the ocean, Bai Shui said helplessly as she watched the soldiers walk out. Zhang Dingtian replied, it's better than doing nothing. Lu Yin was puzzled. Why had Eddie and Hayden appeared in India? Geraldine hurried over to him. The trial has officially started. Not only can you see your location on the local network, you can also contact each other. You should know that, right? Lu Yin's heart sank. We can contact each other. Geraldine nodded. The trial students come from all over the Great Yu Empire. The Great Yu Empire is huge, and we don't know each other, so we rarely contacted each other in the first 2 months. But now that the local network has been activated, we can contact each other. Just now, there was news that the fugitive left something important in the capital and will definitely return to look for it. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Who released the news? Geraldine shook her head. I don't know. The local network can only detect the location of the gadget, but not the user. Lu Yin quickly ran through the information in his mind. Only the 7 sages knew that the fugitive had left something in the capital. Even Eddie didn't know, so Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui would definitely suspect him. Suddenly, a surge of energy swept across the land, and Lu Yin immediately flew up to see Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui. I didn't release the news, Lu Yin said. Zhang Dingtian stared at him. Make me believe you. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and barked at Geraldine. Release the news anonymously, saying that the fugitive is hiding in India. That's why Eddie and Hayden are here and why the Indian ascetic monk can defeat Hayden. Geraldine nodded and quickly did as she was told. Zhang Dingtian spoke in a low voice, "This won't last long." Lu Yin stared at him, "I'm just showing my sincerity, it's up to you to believe me or not." Zhang Dingtian took a deep breath and tightened his grip on his sword. Lu Yin was the only outsider who knew the secret. He wanted to control this person, but he wasn't weak. Bai Shui spoke up, "Lu Yin, let us check your gadget." Lu Yin was furious, "Who do you think you are? Come and take it yourself if you can." "You." Bai Shui was furious. She had only wanted to prove Lu Yin's innocence since he had saved her life, but he was too infuriating and didn't know what was good for him. "There are 9 people who know this secret, and I'm in the capital right now. Even if I have disloyalty, I'll keep it to myself. Only an idiot would release the news. Think about it, don't be stupid enough to cause trouble for me," Lu Yin said coldly. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 36. Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui looked at each other. Lu Yin was right. If he was also a trial student, he wouldn't have done something so strenuous and unrewarding. "I do suspect someone," Lu Yin spoke up again, "Lu Shaoge." "Why?" Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui were shocked. "Hubei is marked in blue. You should know what that means," Lu Yin said calmly. Bai Shui denied, "Mei Northeast and Zhoushan's Jinlin are all blue, that doesn't mean anything. You're one of the upper sages, and you have the power to kill a trial student. Nanjing was only saved because of me, or else it would have been controlled by the students. Lu Shaoge is one of the lower sages, and he's on the same level as Zhou Shan. How could he have the power to resist those students? Look for yourselves, there's more than one trial student in Hubei." Bai Shui wanted to refute, but couldn't bring herself to do so. Lu Yin was right. Lu Shaoge didn't have the power of the 3 high sages and couldn't resist those students. Zhang Dingtian muttered to himself and sheathed his sword, "You can't convict someone without evidence. That's the case for you, and it's the same for Lu Shaoge." Bai Shui looked at Lu Yin for a moment before leaving with a complicated expression. Geraldine came to Lu Yin's side. "Was it really Lu Shaoge who spread the news?" "How would I know?" he asked casually. Geraldine blinked, "Then why were you so sure just now?" Lu Yin looked at her like she was an idiot. "How would they believe me if I didn't say I was sure?" "You have to be ruthless when it comes to scapegoating. If you don't understand that, then all your years of studying have been wasted." Geraldine's expression turned ugly. "Scapegoating. This bastard is despicable." Geraldine's anonymous message spread across the network, and many students who were fighting in Europe immediately rushed over to India. Eddie and Hayden quickly clarified that they were just passing by and happened to bump into an Indian monk. That was why they had a fight. But no one believed them. More and more students appeared in India. Over the next few days, Lu Yin felt like he was watching a movie from a peaceful era. Notifications kept popping up, announcing who had been defeated, who had died, and so on. There were even some students who had rushed over from the other side of the ocean from America, but a few of them had been eaten by the mutated beasts in the sea. For a period of time, the notifications on the network never stopped. It was not until 5 days later that Eddie and Hayden were proven innocent. The fugitives' belongings were not in India. Immediately, the students turned their attention to the capital. Lu Yin sighed. What was to come would eventually come, and he couldn't drag it out for too long. The students who dared to participate in the trial weren't stupid, and the capital was the most likely place to be. Under such circumstances, Eddie contacted the other students and suggested that they take control of the capital and wait for the fugitive. If the fugitive did not appear within a month, they would all work together to fight against the second batch of trial takers. Many students responded to this suggestion. Astral 10 was about to arrive in the Frostwave Weave, so it was obvious that the second batch of trial takers would be extremely strong. It was even possible that the second batch of trial takers had been prepared for them. Most of the students did not have the confidence to face them alone, but Eddie's suggestion gave them hope. Many people responded to this suggestion. In the capital, Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shue's expressions turned ugly. They had also received the news and knew that the capital would become a battlefield for the next 2 weeks. Zhang Dingtian was strong, but there was a limit to his strength. Besides, he lacked battle techniques and would not be able to protect the capital if he was surrounded. Bai Shue was even worse. Even if the 7 sages worked together, it would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Lu Yin's expression also turned ugly when he heard the news. He was an earthling in this trial, and if the capital was controlled, his goals would be greatly reduced. He also had no intention of letting the fugitive go, as well as the things the fugitive had left behind. In any case, the capital was very important. Lu Yin, let's leave quickly. The capital won't be able to stop them, Geraldine urged. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. The top fighters on Earth were on the same level as Zhang Dingtian and Eddie, and Zhang Dingtian was even stronger than Eddie. With so many students surrounding the capital, there would be more than 1 or 2 powerhouses at Eddie's level. If he wanted to break through this situation, he would have to surpass them. The only way was to increase his battle prowess, at least to Eddie's level. Only then would he be able to make up for the difference in power and use the serious palm to crush them. Stay in the capital, I'll be back in a few days, he said to Geraldine before flying away. Geraldine gritted her teeth. She wasn't stupid, staying in the capital would only result in death. Just as Lu Yin was about to leave the capital, Bai Shue stopped him. You want to escape? Bai Shue questioned. I'll be back before the students attack the capital. Why should I believe you? Bai Shue asked, her beautiful face full of disdain. Lu Yin was indifferent, there's no need for you to believe me. You can't stop me. Or do you want to fight me to the death before the students attack? Bai Shue clenched her fists. Let him go, Zhang Dingtian's voice rang out, but he did not show himself. Bai Shue had no choice but to land in the capital. Lu Yin took one last look at the capital before flying away. Not long after leaving the capital, Lu Yin looked at his gadget, the closest one will be you. He then charged towards the west. Geraldine left right after him. She wasn't his servant, and if not for him watching her, she would have left long ago. This was the perfect opportunity. But while her plan was beautiful, it couldn't be realized. She was sadly stopped by Bai Shue. What right do you have to stop me? She raged. Bai Shue stared at her coldly, because you're Lu Yin's woman. If he leaves, you have to stay. Who's his woman? Don't spout nonsense. Bai Shue was helpless against Lu Yin, but dealing with Geraldine was a piece of cake. It didn't take long for her to be frozen and tossed into Lu Yin's room. It took a while for Geraldine to thaw. Bastard Lu Yin. Bastard Ice Maiden. Bastard Native. Unreasonable. Geraldine cursed, furious. Shangxi was the closest to the capital. Without the 7 sages to guard it, the strongest person in the province was only a realm of earth. Even so, there was still a group of cultivators gathered in Tong City, making it one of the largest gathering places in the province. Rather was a happy-go-lucky person who was easily satisfied. Even though he was the strongest person in the Great Yu Empire's Garo Academy, he did not have the slightest ambition to complete his mission. All he wanted to do was to occupy a piece of land and mine properly so that he could complete his mission with some results. He had no intention of causing trouble. He had occupied Tong City as a sentinel, no, as a realm of sky powerhouse. He had become the protector of Tong City and enjoyed the worship of countless people. Occasionally, he would help the pitiful survivors fight monsters, but most of his time was spent comfortably. The discovery of a strange mineral deposit had given him a lot of points on his report card, which made him very happy. Basking in the sunlight and sipping wine, Rather narrowed his eyes and hummed a song from his hometown. This kind of primitive planet is still the best. The air is fresh, the people are simple, no one is watching, and we can do whatever we want. Occasionally, we'll find some precious minerals and get some gold plating. TSK, these days are awesome, ha 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 ha. After enjoying himself for a while, Rather gestured with his finger, and two beautiful girls walked over. One of them massaged Rather's shoulders, while the other massaged his legs. They also poured wine for him. Rather exhaled. Awesome. Just as Rather raised his glass to his mouth, the sunlight above his head was blocked. Rather frowned and looked up. What entered his eyes was an ordinary-looking young man floating in mid-air, looking at him. A sentinel. Rather's expression turned solemn, and he waved the two girls away. He stared coldly at the man. Who are you? Robbery, the man said. Rather stared blankly at the man. What did you say? Say it again. There was only one way for him to increase his strength in the shortest time possible, and that was to absorb as much star energy as possible. Robbery was the fastest way. I said, robbery. Rather was so angry that he laughed. Kid, you're a trial student, but you're so blind. Do you know who I am? Let me tell you, Before he could finish, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and his body was sent flying by a terrifying force. He crashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Within the crater, Rather coughed a few times and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked up with a pale face. What was that? The space render palm. Damn it, where did this pervert come from? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 37. Lu Yin descended and walked in front of Rather. Pour out everything in your cosmic ring, don't force my hand. Rather's face twitched. You must be the strongest student in some school. Why are you robbing me instead of completing your mission? You'll lose points. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold and he raised his hand, causing the air to distort. Don't do anything. I'll pour. Rather poured out everything from his cosmic ring in an aggrieved manner. Lu Yin took the star crystals and a few other useful items and left immediately after. Hey, what's your name? Rather shouted. Lu Yin ignored him. Rather cursed loudly at the bastard's stupidity. Suddenly, he remembered something and hurriedly opened his gadget, only to see the words, Rather has been defeated, floating at the top of the map. Rather coughed up blood again. There was only one possibility for the name not to be revealed, that bastard's gadget wasn't his, but had stolen it. Far away from Tong City, Lu Yin looked at the network and nodded in satisfaction. The people monitoring Earth's trial must have known his name, but they had kept it hidden. Who would be next? Lu Yin stared at the map. You're next. He rushed out. Over the next 3 days, Lu Yin robbed more than a dozen students who had hidden themselves safely in Huaxia. They were all at Geraldine's level and only wanted to peacefully occupy a place to harvest some resources so that they could survive until the end of the trial. They had no intention of getting involved in anything else, but they were all targeted by Lu Yin. He was in dire need of star crystals, and even a mosquito was meat. Lu Yin sorted through his cosmic ring in the clouds. It had a lot of space, but it still wasn't enough. There were too many random resources and herbs, and he had no choice but to throw them away one by one. These students hadn't been able to find anything good, so he didn't feel bad about throwing them away. The only thing that annoyed him was that they were too poor. He had only managed to gather 2 cubes of star crystals after robbing so many. In reality, the students who dared to take part in the trial were all elites of their respective academies, and they were much wealthier than the average student. Even if he robbed 100 or even 1,000 ordinary students, he still wouldn't be able to gather enough star crystals. These crystals were hard currency in the universe, and they were equivalent to gold on Earth. Even students from wealthy families were reluctant to use them to increase their cultivation speed, preferring to save their lives at critical moments. Thus, most students simply absorbed the free star energy in the universe step by step, unlike Lu Yin, who wanted to take a shortcut. "Looks like I'll have to rob Varen, the strongest student in the academy," he muttered to himself. Even if he didn't think that way, he'd already done all he could. News of his exploits had spread across the network, and it was said that an interstellar bandit had infiltrated the ranks of the trial students. Thanks to Eddie's suggestion, more and more students gathered in India. While Lu Yin had been robbing, more than 30 students had already gathered, including 10 of the academy's strongest students. Those who dared to pursue the fugitive were at least the top 3 experts in the academy. The gathering of 30 such experts made the whole of India tremble. On the 5th day, Eddie announced that he would be leaving for the capital so that the other students wouldn't have to come to India. The network was in an uproar. Eddie had finally declared war on the capital. Back in Hidden Peak, Lu Yin stood up. "Has it begun?" "I'm going to start hunting as well," he said as he soared into the sky. 2 days later, a notification popped up on the network. "Ian has been defeated." Many students' hearts sank. They'd seen the same notification more than 10 times before. Rumor had it that it was the interstellar bandit who'd stolen his gadget, making it impossible to confirm his identity. Many students had thought that the bandit only dared to rob ordinary students, but Ian's loss caused their hearts to clench. He was the academy's strongest student. On a barren land, a man coughed up blood, his face ashen as he stared into the distance. Lu Yin had used his blood to easily open the man's cosmic ring, and his eyes lit up as he looked at the items inside. "Not bad, not bad. There's quite a lot of good stuff. As expected of the strongest student in the academy." "Who the hell are you? Which academy are you from? Leave your name." Ian roared. Just now, he had encountered this person, and this person had used the Space Wren palm to stun him. By the time he had reacted, he had been hit by another palm. The Space Wren palm had at most injured him, but the second palm strike was the key. It had knocked him to the ground and seriously injured him. Lu Yin tossed the ring to Ian. "Call me 7th bro." Ian was infuriated as he watched Lu Yin leave. In the westernmost part of China, Qinghai, Eddie, Hayden, and more than 10 other students had solemn expressions on their faces. Ian was robbed, and the guy called himself 7th bro. "Eddie, we should deal with this before heading to the capital. There's still 15 days before the second batch arrives, so we have enough time," someone suggested. "That's right, leaving that rat alone will only ruin things," another said with a gloomy expression. His junior had been robbed as well, and that bastard had even dared to rob a girl. Eddie and Hayden looked at each other. "All right, we'll work in pairs and search the capital surroundings. We'll gradually close the area and find all the gadgets. If you see someone who's acting alone and has the power of the strongest in the academy, attack immediately. It's better to kill the wrong person than to let them go. It's a pity that the land doesn't allow image transmission, or we'd know who's behind this," someone complained. The group then scattered and left. Lu Yin looked at all the gadgets on the map, so they're working in pairs. Interesting, one of them must be the strongest in the academy. Let's go. Half a day later, Lu Yin was standing in the clouds when 2 students appeared in the distance and looked at their gadgets. "Only 1,700 power, trash," one of them said disdainfully, glaring at Lu Yin as he spoke. The other waved at Lu Yin. "Kid, come over here." Lu Yin calmly flew in front of them, his gaze indifferent. "Kid, have you seen the person who robbed you?" one of them asked. Lu Yin nodded, "Yes." "Draw a picture of that person," the other said. Lu Yin shook his head, "I've never studied drawing." "Are you an idiot? Connect to your gadget and you'll be able to draw anything you want," the other man raged. "Actually, there's no need, the person is right here." "Where?" The two were shocked. Lu Yin pointed at himself, "It's me." He then sent out a shockwave palm that caused the air to distort as it slammed into their bodies. One of them immediately fainted, but the other managed to hold on and roared, "So it's you. You're courting death." He pulled out his sword and slashed at Lu Yin. This person was the strongest in the academy, and although he wasn't as strong as Varen and the others, he was still much stronger than Terence and the others. However, he was still no match for Lu Yin's serious palm, breaking his sword and sending his body crashing to the ground. Lu Yin easily succeeded in his second robbery, causing the land to explode once more. Eddie's face darkened. How long had it been since someone had been robbed? Where had this bastard come from? "Remember, don't approach strangers," Eddie sent a message to everyone, but there was no need for him to do so. All the students instinctively stayed away from strangers regardless of their strength. Lu Yin looked at his cosmic ring. "There's about 1.5 cubes worth of star crystals here. I can absorb them now." He took off his gadget and tossed it into the mountain stream before rushing to the other side. He found an abandoned farm, crushed the star crystals, and used the cosmic art to absorb them. Far away in the capital, Zhang Dingtian and the rest stared at the land in silence for a long time. "I'm sure it's Lu Yin," Bai Shui said confidently. "Why?" Zhang Dingtian was curious. "Who else could it be?" Bai Shui explained how Lu Yin had robbed Parlai and Varen. Zhang Dingtian's expression turned strange. This Lu Yin seemed like a normal person, but who would have thought he'd be so extreme? He'd robbed more than 15 people, including several of the strongest in the academy. Just what was he planning? If Bai Shui could guess that it was Lu Yin, so could Geraldine. She was even more shocked than Zhang Dingtian and the rest. When she'd first met Lu Yin, he'd only been a seeker and hadn't even been a match for her. Who would have thought that he'd become so powerful in such a short time? While Lu Yin was leisurely absorbing star energy in the farm, Eddie and the other students were frantically searching for him. They had searched for 5 days without a single clue, and in the end, they found an ownerless gadget in a mountain stream. "Keep looking. If you can't find him in 7 days, we'll head straight to the capital. The second batch of trial takers will arrive in 10 days, we can't afford any mistakes," Eddie said darkly. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 38. Two figures floated in the air in the distance, Jerlin and Ballerer, who'd been chasing after Eddie's group. They hadn't joined forces with Eddie. According to Jerlin, they wanted to reap the benefits. "I'm so tired, let's go rest." Jerlin flipped her long hair, her beautiful face showing signs of exhaustion. Ballerer looked around at the wide, grassy field that seemed to be a farm. He liked the lush greenery. Beep 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 beep. Their gadgets beeped the moment they landed. A power level of 2100. "There's a student here." Jerlin looked into the farm in surprise. Ballerer replied indifferently, "A student? Only 2100, let's go take a look." Jerlin nodded and slowly walked towards the farm. Within the farm, Lu Yin was vexed. Going from the Seeker realm to the peak of the Seeker realm only required a few star crystals, but going from the early Sentinel realm to the peak required a few hundred times more star energy. He'd absorbed about a cubic meter of star energy, but to raise his power level to over 2000, a portion of the energy had to be removed as impurities. He'd need at least 4 cubic meters of star crystals to reach the peak of the Sentinel realm. With so many star crystals, even robbing the Academy's strongest students wouldn't necessarily be enough. Looks like I won't be able to reach peak Sentinel in the short term. Thankfully, a power level of over 2000 is enough, Lu Yin muttered as he recalled Parley's strength. Jerlin and Ballerer were approaching at this point. Lu Yin noticed and looked outside the farm, staring at Ballerer in shock. What was that? Was it a plant spirit? The person inside, come out! Jerlin shouted, flipping her long hair proudly. Lu Yin walked out and stared at Ballerer in surprise. Jerlin was displeased. Hey, why are you staring at a man? I'm the one calling you. Lu Yin pointed at Ballerer, a plant spirit. Impudent. Ballerer's eyebrows shot up in anger as he kicked Lu Yin. As a top student of the Great Yu Empire's Space Academy and a powerhouse second only to Jerlin, Ballerer's power level was 2,900, so he didn't put Lu Yin in his eyes at all. Lu Yin used the roving step to evade the attack and appeared on Ballerer's right side. He pressed a hand against Ballerer's abdomen and coldly said, "This is a robbery." He then unleashed a huge force from his palm that sent Ballerer flying like a cannonball. The Space Render palm had cracked the surface of Ballerer's body. Jerlin's eyes narrowed as a unique bow appeared in her hand. Aiming at Lu Yin, lightning crackled in the air. He instantly felt a sense of danger and dodged with the roving step. The arrow tore through the air as it shot into the distance. The next moment, the earth trembled as thunder shot into the sky and a violent shockwave swept out in all directions. Lu Yin didn't look back as Jerlin's next arrow was aimed at him once more. He raised a hand to grab her, but she looked at him with disdain. Lightning danced on the surface of her body, wrapping around her exquisite figure and violently distorting the air around her. Lu Yin frowned and struck out with his palm, summoning 2 stars that exploded with a bang. The powerful impact barely tore through the lightning and attacked Jerlin's body. Jerlin was shocked. She hadn't expected Lu Yin to be able to break through her lightning defenses. This was a defensive armor her brother had given her, and few sentinels could break through it. She was sent flying miserably and crashed to the ground, her bow and arrow falling to the side. "Don't touch her." A roar came from nearby as Ballerer half-knelt on the ground, strange green stripes appearing on his body and spreading out in all directions. The next moment, the surrounding plants wriggled as the grass beneath Lu Yin's feet bound him as though it had a mind of its own. The surroundings were filled with hostility. Startled, Lu Yin's star energy erupted and shattered the plants as he charged towards Ballerer. Ballerer growled as the grass wrapped around his arms swatted towards Lu Yin. Bang! A shockwave spread out, lifting the earth and kicking up dust as Ballerer was smashed into the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his arms twisted at an irregular angle. "I remember now, you two were hiding in the capital," Lu Yin said indifferently, grabbing Ballerer and tossing him in Jerlin's direction as he reappeared in front of her. At the same time, the local network notified that Jerlin and Ballerer had been defeated. In the distance, Eddie was shocked, even Jerlin lost. On the grass, Jerlin glared at Lu Yin, "You're that Interstellar bandit." Lu Yin frowned, "Don't spout nonsense, I'm a good person." "Bullshit." Jerlin shouted, her words unbearably vulgar. Lu Yin was surprised, "You're so good at cursing, you've got quite the temper." Jerlin snorted. Ballerer stared at Lu Yin. "Kid, I'm warning you not to touch her. Her brother is Jerbok, one of the strongest youths in the Great Yu Empire. If you hurt her, there'll be no place for you in the universe." Lu Yin pursed his lips, "I told you I'm a good person, I don't hurt people." He snatched Jerlin's cosmic ring and wiped some blood from the corner of her mouth before opening it and searching for star crystals. Jerlin and Ballerer stared blankly at the scene. This was a good person. His movements were too practiced, he must have trained. "Hey, Don't touch me, I'll give you whatever you want. Don't look around, you can't touch a girl's things. Jerlin shouted, kicking him repeatedly. Lu-Yin rolled his eyes, a bunch of useless things. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and his breathing quickened. What had he just seen? A pile of star crystals, at least 2 cubic meters. He looked at her in astonishment. You're so rich. Jerlin gritted her teeth, her face red with anger. You bastard. Lu-Yin tossed the ring to her and began searching Balor's. Balor was quiet. This person was just robbing and not killing. Balor's ring didn't have as many as Jerlin's, but it wasn't far off either. The two of them had 2 cubic meters of star crystals in total. Lu-Yin was satisfied. Well done, we'll meet again if fate wills it. He then turned to leave. Jerlin shouted, leave your name, you bastard. Call me 7th bro. Lu-Yin waved and rose into the air. Jerlin was furious, but her eyes suddenly turned. Wait, don't you want more star crystals? Lu-Yin had just flown into the air when he heard this, but he immediately descended and looked at her. What do you mean? She smiled slyly. Follow us, we'll rob you. Lu-Yin was stunned. Balor's face twitched. It's starting again. Jerlin's personality of never letting herself be at a disadvantage flared up. This woman was good in every way except for the fact that she refused to be at a disadvantage. Once she was at a disadvantage, she would definitely take the fall. He looked at her strangely. You're going to rob me? Do I look like an idiot to you? She snorted, believe it or not, but you don't have a gadget and can't find other students. They'll attack the capital in 7 days at most. How many can you run into in that time? I'll lead the way, you'll be lucky. Lu-Yin sneered, what if you lead me into a trap? Jerlin raised her head. Jerlin, am not that kind of person. Go ask around, who doesn't know Jerlin's character and trustworthiness? My brother is Jerbok, why would I harm you? Balor was speechless. He narrowed his eyes and thought about it. With his current strength, he could escape even if he was surrounded. Fine, you lead the way, but I'll take your cosmic ring and return it to you when we're done. Jerlin gritted her teeth. Fine. Half a day later, the three flew north. Lu-Yin asked, I've always wanted to ask, is this person a plant spirit? Balor was annoyed. I was born on a plant-based planet, everyone is like that. You have a problem with that? Lu-Yin was surprised. The universe is so vast, there are all kinds of people. Balor turned his head away. This bastard was cursing him. Jerlin rolled her eyes. What's wrong with that? You've seen Parlai, the tallest person on planet Threefold is only 1.6 meters, while the average is 1.2 meters. He's already considered tall, rich, and handsome. Other planets have people covered in scales, some have 4 arms, some are dozens of meters tall, and so on. There are all kinds of weird shapes. You're not a student of the cosmos? Balor suddenly asked, looking at him suspiciously. Of course not, I'm from Earth. Jerlin and Balor's eyes went wide, their hearts filled with humiliation. They'd been robbed by a native. Half an hour later, Jerlin excitedly called out, they're here, there are 2 students. Lu-Yin was excited and glanced at her. She was even more excited than he was. Hey, bastard, how do we split them? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 39. Lu-Yin raised a brow and looked at her with a faint smile. You want to split the loot? You don't want to. Jerlin raised a brow. The two stared at each other. Balor tugged at her and whispered, we can't be seen, it won't look good on your brother if word gets out. Jerlin nodded, you play by yourself, we'll hide. She and Balor went into hiding. Lu-Yin didn't object. He was still worried about having the two by his side, so hiding was the best option. Two figures slowly appeared in the distance. 10 minutes later, a notification came from the network that two more had been defeated. After 5 days, many students thought that the Interstellar bandits had stopped, but they had reappeared without warning. Jerlin looked at Luin excitedly. Quick, how much did you get? Split the loot. He looked at her. Are you sure? Jerlin stared at him and muttered, don't tell me you're shameless enough to take it all for yourself. Luin thought about it and tossed her a star crystal. Take it. Bastard, you're so stingy. Jerlin smacked him angrily. Luin smiled. You're the one who didn't want it, so don't blame me. He had long since seen through her personality. She was helping him because she was unhappy. Even if he didn't give her the star crystals, she would still help him unless she could snatch the loot back from him. He wasn't worried about her quitting at all. With the help of a spy like Jerlin, Lu Yin's robberies went smoothly. After robbing several groups over the past few days, he managed to scrape together 5 cubes of star crystals, a sum that even Jerlin was jealous of. For days before the second batch of trial takers arrived, Lu Yin encountered his first real danger since the apocalypse. He was surrounded by a total of 7 students, 3 of whom were the strongest in the academy. On the top floor of a supermarket in the abandoned county city, Lu Yin scanned the group. Jerlin had only seen 2 people on her gadget, but 7 had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The other 5 weren't wearing their gadgets, having hidden themselves like him. These people had gone all out to capture him, even throwing away their gadgets. You're the Interstellar Bandit. You only have a combat power of 2,100. Looks like your combat skills are very powerful, a boorish-looking student said sternly. He was one of the strongest students in the school. Next to him, a woman with an ordinary appearance but a sexy figure smiled. Many people don't use their star crystals for cultivation, but to train their battle techniques instead. Are you the same, Junior? Can you tell me what your battle technique is? Lu Yin looked at her and his lips curled up. You want to know? Give it a try. The girl giggled and raised her hand to point an energy gun at him. Junior, don't you know that sometimes, you don't have to rely on yourself in battle? External items are also very important. At the same time, a few others took out their energy guns and aimed them at Lu Yin. This energy gun could even injure sentinels. Terence had pierced Geraldine's shoulder before he had died, and its power was not weak. Lu Yin stared at the people around him and suddenly took out a handful of fire crystals from his cosmic ring. He smashed them on the ground, causing flames to soar into the sky and cover the building. Several people opened fire at the same time, but Lu Yin dodged with the roving step and threw out a few more crystals. Frost, wind, and flames enveloped the area, causing white mist to evaporate and obstructing everyone's vision. These crystals had been taken from the students who had been robbed, and were now used to block his vision. Lu Yin used the roving step at an extremely fast speed, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. He appeared in front of one of the strongest students in the academy and unleashed a cosmic palm without hesitation. The student's ring armor instantly shattered, and the student was sent crashing to the ground. Lu Yin's body spun as he unleashed a space render palm in all directions. An enormous force crushed the floor and scattered the void, severely injuring 4 of the remaining 6 students. Only 2 of the Academy's strongest students were able to use space render palms to attack Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze was piercingly cold as he punched out with both hands, stars appearing in each of his palms as he struck out at one of them. Boom! The place was completely shattered, and the 3 fell vertically to the ground, crushing the abandoned supermarket into 2 halves. Suddenly, Lu Yin felt a sharp pain in his back. The student who had been slapped to the ground had stabbed into his body, and fresh blood stained his clothes. Lu Yin's cosmic palm star burst forced the 2 back, and he turned to grab the student's arm and pulled out his short sword. The student's pupils shrank, and he immediately let go of the hilt to dodge. Lu Yin's attack missed, and he swung the short sword behind him. The edge of the blade flashed past, and one of the student's cheeks was slashed. Blood splattered onto the wall, and the short sword pierced through a dozen buildings before stabbing into an armored vehicle. The ruined building swayed as dust rose into the air. Lu Yin panted heavily, the pain in his back making him extremely tense. These three were all at Parley's level, a bit stronger than Varen. With them surrounding him, he had nowhere to hide. In the distance, Jerlin and Balor watched with flickering eyes. "Do you think we should hit him when he's down and rob him?" Jerlin was eager to give it a try. Balor muttered to himself, "Sure, but we'll have to wait until he's heavily injured." Jerlin was pleased, at least Eddie isn't stupid and knows to set up an ambush, or my help would have been in vain. Balor was shocked. "You knew this was a trap?" "Of course not, idiot. But if Eddie isn't stupid, he'll definitely think of a way to set up a trap. I can lead this bastard in a robbery, but he can also use me to ambush him." "We're not stupid," Jerlin rolled her eyes at Balor. Three powerhouses on par with Parley, even Eddie himself would have a hard time escaping. "He's done for, hee. Jerlin laughed happily, venting her anger. Of the 7 attackers, only 3 could truly pose a threat to Lu Yin. He exhaled and retrieved an item from his cosmic ring, causing the expressions of the 3 attackers to change. "What's this?" In the distance, Jerlin was stunned, her face red with anger. That despicable bastard. Lu Yin's lips curled into a smile. He was wearing a delicate ring armor that flickered with lightning. This was Jerlin's armor. Apparently, her brother had given it to her for self-defense. Since her cosmic ring had been taken away by Lu Yin, this item had naturally been taken as well, including the unique bow and arrow. Jerlin's armor, the burly man raged. "How dare you steal Jerlin? You're crazy, her brother is Jerbok." Lu Yin sneered, "I don't care who he is. How can you differentiate who you're robbing? Are you out of your mind?" He then struck out with a palm, a space-render palm smashing into the stout man's body. The man gritted his teeth and endured the attack, but his body was sent flying back more than 10 meters before crashing into a pillar in the supermarket. Lu Yin and a few others rushed out of the ruins with a bang, one of them crushing a crystal to summon a green blade that slashed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin met the attack head-on, lightning crackling around his body. The blade had no effect on him at all, so he bypassed it and appeared in front of the burly man, slamming him to the ground with a serious palm that almost caused him to vomit out his organs and faint on the spot. The other 2 immediately retreated when they saw that something was wrong. Lu Yin's armor wasn't something they could break, even he had to use serious palm to break through his lightning defenses. 7 people had surrounded him, 2 had escaped, and 5 had been defeated. When the results were made public on the network, all the students fell silent, including Eddie. He believed himself to be the strongest of the first batch, but even he would find it difficult to achieve such a result. All the students in the Alliance were notified to give up on the chase and attack the capital in 3 days. Lu Yin casually sat on the ground and stared into the distance. "Come out." Jerlin and Balor stared at Lu Yin in shock. This person had become famous after today's battle. The strongest native was Zhang Dingtian, who had the power of a realmbreaker. Back then, he had forced the 4 of them back, including Eddie, with a single strike. That power had made Jerlin's heart tremble. Now, Lu Yin's strength had shocked her as well. Lu Yin tossed the medicine to her. "Apply it for me." She glared at him and pointed at herself. "What did you say? You want me to apply medicine for you? Is it that hard to understand?" he asked indifferently. Jerlin was furious. "Dream on, I'm as pure as ice and as pure as jade. I've never touched a man's body. How dare you profane me?" Lu Yin stared at her coldly. don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You wouldn't have been so polite if I'd lost. Apply medicine for me now. I'll do it, Balor said. Luine snorted, no way, your hands are dirty. Balor was furious. Thank you to the readers for your donations and support. Update at 2 p.m. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.